all so much, and we're really excited because we have participants listening in from all over the world as this is being live streamed on different platforms, and it's so important that we can all communicate together, so thank you for that. Welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Frontlines, and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights in Nature, an inclusive space across identities and the gender spectrum. My name is Osprey, Orielle, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm here on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California, and I'm honored to be a guest here on these territories. As we open this gathering, please be welcome to introduce yourself in the chat with your name and where you're from, so we can sort of get to know the community that is participating today. And before we start, I want to take a moment to acknowledge this very challenging time for many people and welcome you all to a space for us to be together from around the world. Please know WECAN is here for you and that you're not alone, and we send you our love and well-being. As part of this assembly, we recently released our call to action to governments and financial institutions worldwide during the time of the UN General Assembly, which is the last time governments are meeting before the important climate talks in Glasgow later this year. It's a very powerful call to action that 120 organizations representing millions of people around the world have signed, and we're putting that link in the chat because you also have an opportunity to sign it individually or as an organization, because we're going to be taking the call to action to COP26 in November to Glasgow and presenting it there as well. So we want to keep building this momentum to make clear what our climate justice demands are. I want to now welcome this really important group of leaders who are presenting on the first panel of our day, Global Voices and Initiatives for Climate Justice. I really want to thank all of you for the important work you're doing and your leadership. And every day we can see for ourselves forest fires burning, massive flooding, extreme droughts, people losing their livelihoods and lives. We are in a global climate emergency. We are in code red for humanity. In this panel, we want to explore how best to navigate this moment, especially as governments do prepare for COP26. How can we ensure that equity, rights, and justice will be centered as we push to stop fossil fuel expansion and demand more ambitious commitments? Right now, government commitments are taking us to a catastrophic 2.7-degree rise in global temperatures by the end of the century. This just simply is not acceptable, and as women, feminists, and gender diverse leaders, we refuse to accept this trajectory. And that's why WECAN is holding this assembly at this critical time, because we will be pushing forward the vital work of over 100 climate leaders and their solutions, as well as our call to action that applies to COP26, but also for the next critical years to come beyond this COP. Our call to action for gender justice, racial justice, upholding Indigenous rights and rights of nature, calling for a just transition, and immediately keeping fossil fuels in the ground is an ongoing agenda for people and planet. It's an urgent call for our very survival. And I'm so honored today to invite my colleague, Antonia Juhasz. She's a noted author, investigative journalist, and analyst, and teaches at Tulane University, New Orleans, to join me to moderate this really important conversation. And before I hand the floor to her, I wanted to let everyone know that sadly, Senator Hilda Heine, the former president of the Republic of Marshall Islands, had some personal issues this morning and unfortunately is not able to join us, but she has been on the steering committee for this assembly, very strongly advising us, and she participated in the press conference we had for the assembly. And so in a lot of the media outlets who wrote stories, you could hear her remarks about the assembly and learn about them through those stories, which we'll post in the chat now. So I just wanted to give a shout out to our dear beloved Senator Hilda Heine, and that we send her good wishes. And that, with that, let me go ahead and hand the floor over to you, Antonia, and thank you so much, Antonia, for helping us with this session.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It's wonderful to be with everyone today. It is Such a phenomenal moment to gather with such a prestigious panel of women. Key climate legislation is currently tied up in the US Congress, headed to a vote on Thursday. COP26 is just around the corner, and the International Energy Agency has told us that there can be no new fossil fuel investments if we are to meet the limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming. Movements are mobilizing. In just weeks, the Build Back Fossil Free Coalition, composed of Indigenous, Black, and environmental climate justice, youth, and social justice organizations, are launching a week of direct action in Washington, D.C. Today, we're looking to you, our panelists, to help guide us on how to make government leaders step up to the plate, and guide us as civil society on how to move them, our banks, our oil companies, and our fellow humans, to even greater accountability and action, to take the steps we know can and must be done to achieve climate justice. We are extremely lucky to have 4 women with us today, exceptionally well up to the task. And I am extremely honored to be the person who gets to introduce them and help moderate this panel for you all. After they speak, we're going to have a question and answer period, and we're going to encourage you to put questions in the chat as they speak. In order of their presentations, and again, these are women who I could spend an hour introducing, but I'm going to just do it very short so that we can hear much more of their words today. But I encourage you to look up their biographies on the website. Mary Robinson, former president of Ireland. Decima Williams, Granadan diplomat and former ambassador to the United Nations from Grenada. Jody Williams, Nobel Peace Laureate, co-founder of the Nobel Women's Initiative from the US. And Zipporah Berman, chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, joining us from Canada. With that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mary Robinson.
Thank you very much, Antonio. And let me begin by saying what a pleasure it is to be back at WECAN's Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice and to be on this distinguished panel with friends, with Decima, with Jody, and with Tespra. I'm happy to support the call for action if I haven't already signed it, because as an elder, you never remember these things. Sign up for me or get my PA Barbara to sign up for me, but I'm very supportive of it because it's very well framed and thought out. And indeed, it's heartening to see how many people, particularly women and Indigenous and youth activists, now call for climate justice. We need to make our voices heard, as we're all aware, as Osprey has said it in opening, that we're not on track for a 1.5 degree world. The recent synthesis report of the UN made it clear that, alarmingly, we're not on track to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030, which would get us on track. Instead, the current trajectory is that emissions would increase by 16%. And clearly that is not acceptable. So we need again to remind the world of the layers of injustice of climate change, which require a climate justice approach. And I'll just go very quickly through at least 5 layers. First of all, that climate change affects the poorest countries and poorest communities disproportionately and first, and they are not responsible. And they are the Black and brown and Indigenous people of our world. So there's also a racial injustice. Secondly, within that, the gender injustice, that women have different social roles, different power, often different rights, and they have to go further in drought for water, etc. So there's a gender injustice. Thirdly, the intergenerational injustice that young climate activists, including in Milan today, have been calling us out. Greta Thunberg saying blah, blah, blah is what the world is saying. And they're looking at the science and holding us to account. The fourth injustice is the injustice of the pathways to development. That, industrialized countries, we built our economies on fossil fuel, and we have to wean ourselves off as quickly as possible. And we have to do it with just transition. But developing countries also want to bring their people out of poverty and get the clean energy. And we haven't shown the solidarity of the investment and the technology and the skills transfer, etc. And the fifth injustice, of course, is the injustice to nature herself. So that's our climate justice case. And so what has to happen? I want to be as precise as I can on this, because COP26 simply must ensure that we're on a pathway to a 1.5 degree world. That's what Glasgow has to ensure at the beginning of November. And for that to happen, we need three things. Before COP26, we need ambitious NDCs, which means nationally determined contributions, pledges from all, especially the G20 countries. And the countries of the G20 that haven't yet submitted their NDCs are China, India, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. We also need to raise the ambition of Australia, Indonesia, Russia, South Korea, and indeed Brazil and Mexico went backwards, so they need to come forward again. But as well as the importance of that G20 meeting, which will take place in October, and where we can try to put pressure on the G20 countries, the developed world, Europe, the United States, we have to be much more serious about delivering on our commitments, because that also will help to restore a trust that's fracturing at the moment among developing countries and young climate activists. So that's before COP. And the other thing that needs to happen is the 100 billion needs to be guaranteed. Let's not mess around. 100 billion a year was promised at Copenhagen and Cancun, as Decima will remember very well, because she was a delegate at that time. We've seen trillions for the rich world to stabilize their economies. So don't tell me we can't get 100 billion a year. And, that's extremely important. So that's before COP26. At COP26, we need a roadmap to a political process for more ambition beyond the COP. It's quite likely, sadly, that we won't be on the right trajectory when we get to COP. And there's a weak governance structure. So what do we do? The big question for governments is, if the nationally determined contributions, when you add them up, don't lead to closing the gap and keeping us on track for 1.5 degrees, then how do we close it? How do we close the remaining gap? And the way we do it is by actually supporting the Climate Vulnerable Forum in its call for a climate emergency pact. I like what's in that pact, because they call for a 1.5 to rebuild confidence. And they're saying that governments come back every year. The commitment on the Paris Agreement is to come back every 5 years. That's not right. That's not going to happen. That's not enough for ambition. We need ambition every year, or at the very least in the stock taking in 2023. The Climate Vulnerable Forum has also called for a delivery plan for the 100 billion a year. They pointed out that 100 billion hasn't been there for 2 of those years, 2020 and 2021. And they're calling for a 500 billion plan for the 5 years, 2020 to 2024, and that half of that has to be for adaptation. And I'll come back to the point about adaptation. So that's at COP, a pathway, a political pathway, which can be forged. This is a technical point, but under Article 4.2 of the Paris Agreement, and in particular, Article 4.11, it is possible to actually have a structured pathway. And that's what we need to look for. And then alongside COP26, there's hope for a series of emissions slashing sectoral deals from, as Prime Minister Johnson said in his address to the Assembly, the General Assembly, from cars to trees to coal. There are a lot of things happening in relation to those. For example, there's momentum in building to end internal combustion engines globally by 2035. That's one of the things. And there's lots of other initiatives. There's huge initiatives to move investment from investing in fossil fuel to clean investment. And Mark Carney and others have been working very hard on that. So, it's not actually easy to figure out how much abatement of emissions would be needed from the NDCs for 1.5 degrees to be in reach. It's not a precise, exact science, but we do know that we need to assess this carefully in COP26, and then for us to be on track for it, we have to have the continuation of ambitious NDCs for all. We have to have agreement to accelerate the multilateral process coming out of COP, and we have to have complementary real-world action, the things that companies do, that investment does, that cities do, all of that. And I want to come back now to adaptation and loss and damage. You know, I find when I'm speaking, even in a Friends of COP context, where they're mainly Western Friends of COP, there's a reluctance to talk about loss and damage. We have to talk about it, because actually we have not mitigated enough to allow the solution to be adaptation to climate at all stages. Sometimes it's beyond adaptation. It is actually loss and damage. And that's happening increasingly in developing countries. So at the moment, only about 20% of climate finance goes to adaptation. We need a major increase on that. Some countries are prepared for the 50% that the Climate Vulnerable Forum is calling for, but it certainly has to increase dramatically. And then on loss and damage, we need substantial progress at COP26. We need to make loss and damage a standing agenda item so that it comes up automatically every year. We need to fully operationalize the Santiago network. We need to, and if you don't know what that is, Decima will, I'm sure, be happy to explain. And we need to explore ways to get finance and support for countries suffering loss and damage. We need to get real. We can't pretend it's not happening. And, you know, I feel hopeful, but I know how much work there is to do as we get ready to go into COP26. So before the COP, at the COP, alongside the COP, and after the COP, we just have to keep our focus on ensuring that we're on a trajectory for a 1.5 degree world, because that's the climate justice point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. We so much appreciate your key list of actions that governments need to take and that need to be pushed onto them. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over now to Decima Williams. Thank you so much for being with us. And Decima, you just start talking, take yourself off mute, and you'll be our speaker.
Greetings and thank you. Thank you for inviting me to join this distinguished panel, this exciting global forum. I want to warmly greet my sister panelists who are here, my dear friend and mentor and leader, Mary. I haven't seen you in a while. It's a pleasure. Greetings from me. I want to also salute my friend Osprey, you know, for having WECAN. It's one of the earlier women and climate change organizations, and I think it's stepping up its pace as the world needs more and more. So thank you, Osprey. Look, we have, you know, been down this road before, because every year that there is a COP, we seek to influence the thinking going into it, the agenda while it's happening, and to act to push for the outcomes to be implemented once the COP is concluded. And I remember very well, I go back to COP 15 in Copenhagen, 2009, where that momentum of high expectation, high civil society engagement, and disappointing outcome on the part of governments got launched. We've gone beyond that since, but I think this feels like one of that, because all the literature is saying this is the most decisive COP since Paris Agreement. We could say that going in, but it is when we come out of it that we will be able to decide whether that was the case or not. So let me say that, and I joined a little late, so I missed Mary's definitive understanding of what constitutes climate injustice in this context. But I think the ones that I heard, I can go along with gender, with financial inequality, with racism, and so on. And I want to add to it vulnerability. The most vulnerable, the people, for me, the issue is those who contributed least and are benefiting least are the most impacted. That's an injustice. You can't ask me to pay more for something that I'm not even, didn't contribute to, and I'm getting least from. And I think that's the situation with small island developing states. So the climate justice is not new, but I would like to say happily, it is evolving into more and more places. That was a language that was really in civil society, in the activist community. And now, you know, a number of shifts. We have seen, you know, the idea of the climate emergency, climate justice, climate catastrophe, very strong and urgent and activist language, you know, have made themselves into the decision-making spaces and places. And I think the civil society movement, the women's movement, must take some credit for that. I also want to say that I think what we need now is action, not a whole lot of, you know, analysis. The IPCC does the analysis for us, gives us in a timely fashion. Other scientists around the world, in my own region, in the Caribbean, our universities, our fisheries department, our, you know, there's a lot of, you know, agriculture. The assessment is being made. But what we need now is to act on that. And it is not the case that only governments can act. It's not the case that only civil society can act. It really is the case that all together, and big business has to act. Organizations have to act. Governments, of course, because there are different spheres that we occupy, different roles that we have, and we must act on them. So I think in the context, I missed to say something. I want to say that my own context is the context of the Caribbean more immediately. And what is that reality there? First of all, we are beset by COVID. You know, the first wave essentially passed the Caribbean by. And now the wave of Delta is devastating. Just to give you one quick example, in Grenada, we had one death in 11 months. One COVID death, which was not local, was somebody who would come into the country. And that went on for 11 months. We didn't have maybe 40 or 50 infections. Almost 100% of it was related to people coming in, yeah? In the last 5 weeks, we now have like 150 deaths in a population of a little over 100,000. You know, we are having 150, 190, 231 infections every day. So we're now getting really the full blunt of it. And that is coming alongside the climate event. We are in the middle of the hurricane season. We have had sea level rise. You know, our small vendors and small producers who live on and live from the coastal resources, they've lost their incomes because of sea level rise. Farmers from the droughts, we have floods, we have, you know, we are water challenged, and with our food supply. So we're having a challenge with the climate. Thirdly, in the region, we have had volcanic eruption. You know, almost a third to a half of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been beset by a volcano late last year, and the impact, the financial and dislocation costs are still unfolding. And of course, we have had earthquakes, as is the case of Haiti. So our region is not, you know, faring very well at this stage. Altogether, we have more stress, therefore, more distress, more deaths, more. I think the World Bank has estimated that we are losing about 14% of our GDP, which is significant. You know, we have had social and cultural disruptions. We now have lockdown. We have, you know, people trying to live together who never did before. Migration. You know, you saw the Haitians, thousands of Haitians living under a bridge in the United States, and so on. So our region is in an upheaval, and climate change is one of the staples of this dislocation. So when we respond to it, we have to respond keeping in mind this bundle of catastrophes, if you will, across which we have to carve out our life. So Glasgow has particular hope for us. Now, I refer now from the Caribbean to the Alliance of Small Island Developing States. And it happens that the Caribbean is again leading the alliance, AOSIS. You can get online and look for AOSIS. They have just issued a leader's statement on the 22nd of September. What do the island leadership want from Glasgow and on climate change and oceans and sustainable development agendas? I want to focus on 3 areas of actions. And I think that it is important that actions not be so compartmentalized that it is only for governments, you know, or only for private sector, or only for the NGOs. Now, the first one is ambition on mitigation. Ambition on mitigation. I mean, the code red alert from the IPCC should have educated and alerted everyone that we are in a danger zone. You know, when I was one of the lead negotiators for the AOSIS, I used to say in the plenary of the COP and so on, that our islands are burning and we are drowning. And people thought that it was excessive. And, you know, it wasn't then and it isn't now, yes. So ambition to bring down to the 1.5, which has become now a mainstream ambition, and that's good, but we need to really respond to end the fossil fuel subsidies and put our resources into renewable energy. Secondly, we need finance. We need the finance to be scaled up and to go where it's needed, to train, to address my third area, because I see my time is running out, to address my third area of adaptation. The contribution, the financial contributions adaptation is too small. I think it's 2% of the funds from the Green Climate Fund, and that's not going to take us very far. Women have a critical role to play. I want to end on that. We've seen that, I've seen that working alongside Mary Robinson for many years. Women have had a critical role. You know, we delivered the Doha Miracle, which was that famous resolution. We have seen that now in the Caribbean, we have a prime minister, woman prime minister, Mia Mottley, who is really putting forward the climate, the financial, and the other agendas of the Caribbean towards the world. And at the civil society level, I want to say that we have formed the Climate Justice Alliance, and it is to help with the just transition that has to be made. It is to pull all the efforts together. So I'm asking the global community to support the Caribbean Climate Justice Alliance, which is headed up by women's organization, by women and so on. So that as we close, let me say that as I close, that we want to avoid a climate catastrophe. We want to see drastic cuts in emissions. We want to see vaccine equity to save lives, to put people in the forefront of the fight over climate change. And I think that the women of the world are well positioned, whether we are in government or in civil society or in the private sector, to take the fight to the places and the levels that are necessary. So we're here and we're ready.
Thank you so much, Decima. That was so fantastic. Decima Williams, Granadan diplomat and former ambassador to the United Nations from Grenada. Thank you so much for giving us the view from the Caribbean and particularly laying out what vulnerability means and action, both in the same space, what it means to be vulnerable and to take action, and how those actions can be supported globally. And I really appreciate the focus on action that you've both had thus far. And I know our next speaker won't shift from that. A good friend and incredible heroine of mine, Jody Williams, Nobel Peace Laureate and co-founder of the Nobel Women's Initiative in the US. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Antonia. It's really fabulous to see you again. It's been too long.
You too.
I have only about 20,000 thoughts to lay out. Thankfully, Mary and Decima have given fantastic overview of the issues at hand for governments, what needs to be done at COP, and help us understand the context. I want to talk a little bit more about actions that are necessary at all levels all the time. I recognize the focus on COP because it's a critical meeting of so-called leaders of the world. When I think of the leaders who are leading us into, planetary destruction, I think about Greta's blah, blah, blah. My work as an activist began in the Vietnam War. And I've always worked in civil society. And my belief, and this may be nasty, but it is my belief, that without pressure from civil society, governments and government representatives will not do very much. And I'll give you a little example which reflects back on Antonia's mention of critical legislation before the US Congress this week. And of course, the US is one of the biggest polluters in the world, contributing to devastation. So this is really an important legislation coming up and needs tremendous involvement from civil society. If our elected representatives in Congress do not hear from us, they will do what they always do, which is lean to corporate interests. In that regard, the other day I got an email from a group called Climate Hawks Vote. I like climate hawks. You have to fight for the climate. You have to fight with action to save this planet, not just for human beings, for every other living being on this planet. And the Climate Hawks email was entitled, "If you're ever going to act, the time is now." And the action they're calling for is pressuring Congress now, this week. This is the part that captured my imagination, to put moral courage ahead of the fossil fuel industry's lust, not only for continued subsidies, which are paid for by my and all US citizens' tax dollars, but also because they want to open up new areas for fossil fuel exploration and development and expand what they have already. The so-called moral courage is to vote for critical legislation this week that includes a robust climate plan, creating millions of new jobs, and that prioritizes impacted communities instead of continuing to support the continued devastation of this planet by fossil fuel companies. Excuse me, my dog is talking to me. Sit. It blew me away that they talked about moral courage. Moral courage. I should not be shocked to have people talk about a vote as moral courage, since, as I said, I've been an activist since the Vietnam War. It should not be shocking. that it takes moral courage to vote on behalf of the planet. It should not be called moral courage to vote on behalf of the greater good of all beings on this planet. It should not be called moral courage to vote for life over greed. It blows me away. That is why, in my view, the involvement of civil society is fundamental to bringing change regarding the climate and what we all must do to save the planet, not just for ourselves, as I said, but for everyone. I'm glad that Zipporah is speaking after me because she's speaking about a treaty to deal with fossil fuel issues in the climate. Having worked on several treaties in disarmament and arms control, I recognize the importance of treaties. They're a vehicle for involvement at every single level of a problem issue. Just for example, in the landmine campaign, we grew from 2 organizations to a global coalition of 1,300 organizations in 90 countries working together to ban landmines. We also found champions in every government in the world. We found champions in the military. We found partners like the International Committee of the Red Cross. But not a single one of those entities could have done anything on their own. It's sort of like what Mary Robinson was talking about, and Decima, that we need representatives from all aspects of life, whether it be Congress, whether it be business, whether it be the banks that continue to fund fossil fuel. We need to understand that change happens when we come together in common cause for the greater good. It stuns me sometimes, as calling a vote moral courage, that people want to give in to despair, that people allow the negative news to disempower themselves, that people don't really seem to understand that overcoming despair takes action. When you take steps together to bring about change, it is so empowering. And as you build your coalitions to work on change, all aspects of climate change, all of the things that especially Mary talked about that need to be dealt with, when we work together to address all of those issues at the local level, at the state level, at the country level, and at the COP level, that is how we together build the momentum necessary to bring about change. It's not enough to worry at the time of a COP meeting. The time to worry and take action is all the time. Pressuring your city, pressuring your banks, pressuring your state government, pressuring, of course, your national government. It takes commitment and a ferocity for change for the greater good, for changing this planet so that maybe we won't survive, but the planet will. And we can do that. And without the consistent voice and pressure of civil society, and in my view, especially of women, the change won't come about fast enough to save us all. I believe that we can make a difference. I believe that we can change the world, but it does need to involve the action of every single being on this planet in whatever capacity one can give. I started out as a volunteer for organizations that are working for the climate change, to stop climate change. There's so many million ways to participate that I can't name them all here because I'm going to be talking too long and Antonia will wiggle her finger at me. You can get involved with the treaty that Zipporah is leading. By getting involved in that, you are educating people at every level about why you need that treaty. Treaties can sometimes be tools for action, for change. I sometimes can't understand why people won't take action, other than feeling so overwhelmed at every aspect of life, COVID, all the other things that we've been talking about on this planet, on this panel. But if we don't take action, the future is difficult, to say the least. And it gives fodder for Greta's comment of blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah is not action. Action is taking steps to make things different. And if we can't visualize the difference we want to see, it's extremely hard to take action. But I know I'm talking to people around the world who are activists, who know what I'm talking about. I want to thank every single person here today, but also around the world who work on issues that make things better for everybody, including, of course, the climate, saving other forms of life, caring about, when I say the greater good, I mean making things better for everybody, including the people we do not like. And even though I won the Peace Prize, I am not Mother Teresa. There are many people I do not like, but that is not the issue. If I only want to make things better for the people I do like, I guess I'm a political party. We have to put aside our political differences and work for this planet, for all life on this planet, and stop asking us what role can women play. It makes my head kind of blow up. I'll end with this. We were on a Nobel Women's Initiative delegation somewhere, and I can't remember what the issue was. We were investigating and supporting the women working on the issue, which one it was. But at the end, there was a Q&A session, and a young man came up and stood in front of me, and he said, why is it, what role do women play in peace and security? I could barely contain myself, but I thought it would be unattractive if I jumped off the podium and, chased him around the room. I just looked at him, stunned and bewildered, and I said, tell me what it is that men do for peace and security. It was kind of wonderful. He just stood there stunned, and he shook his head and he said, I've never been asked that before. I said, well, think about it. Imagine being a woman and constantly being asked what your role is. I'm a human being first. My role is as important as anyone else's, and every single person listening here, your role is critical.
Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome, Antonia.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jody Williams. Thank you for all three of you for bringing your hope. Each one of you mentioned hope and your specifics for action and your hope that we can do it. And thank you, Jody, for calling out my colleagues in the media for feeding despair and disempowerment, and
Mhm.
for encouraging all of us to overcome despair and disempowerment with action. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our final speaker, Zipporah Berman, Chair of the Fossil Fuel and Non-Proliferation Treaty, who is joining us from Canada. Thanks, Zipporah. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you so much, Antonia. And it's really a great honor to be here with all of you this morning. And you know, on that note about hope, you know, I always think that hope is not something we have, especially at this difficult moment in our history. It's something that we create. And this panel is just so inspiring. So many women who have inspired me for so long and who are out there creating hope. So it's really exciting to be a part of it. I'm speaking to you today from the unceded territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, the Squamish, and the Musqueam First Nations in Vancouver, Canada. And it's tremendous to be a part of this gathering. I was just in the chat trying to remember the first weekend gathering that I was at, that Osprey, you had invited me to. And I realized it was in 2013, 8 years ago. And it was a big part of the journey I want to tell you about today. Because I spent about 10 years fighting tar sands pipelines across North America and the expansion of the tar sands in Canada and now fracking. And part of my journey was trying to figure out how is it that a wealthy country that claims, well, post Harper and now with our new president, our Prime Minister Trudeau, claims to be a climate leader. To, you know, Trudeau stood with his hand on his heart in Paris and said, "Canada is back. We will lead." And yet Canada's emissions are not going down, not significantly, and in fact, for many, many years have been going up. Predominantly because we continue to develop oil and gas for export, and just the emissions from that development is so significant. It's now the largest source of emissions in Canada is just from the production emissions from oil and gas. And the majority of those emissions in a barrel of oil aren't even Canada's emissions. They're the emissions of another country that it's burnt elsewhere. And as an academic who works on climate policy, I've advised many governments on climate policy. I've been working on climate policy for decades, and I couldn't understand, you know, how is it that my own government doesn't think that they're responsible for keeping it in the ground? Civil society for decades, led by grassroots communities and Indigenous leaders, have been telling us that we need to keep it in the ground. And of course, now the science confirms that. But governments, I realized, didn't have a framework for doing that, because climate policy for the last 30 years has been designed just around the demand side of the equation, around emissions. Countries are responsible for their emissions, but they're not responsible for their fossil fuel production. We have international agreements to constrain emissions. We do not have international agreements or negotiation about who gets to produce what or how much. And what many people don't know is that the majority of planned fossil fuel expansion is from North America. Over 80% of the planned expansion of oil and gas in the next 5 years is from Canada and the United States. And so here we are still in this position. And I bring it back to the WECAN story, because trying to desperately to search for new inspiration, I guess 8 years ago now, on how to address these issues. I remember that summit in New York, sitting at a table with women leaders from the heart of the Amazon, from Ecuador, from Argentina, from Norway. And we shared our stories, and we were all fighting the same companies, the same distorted logic that allows our governments to say that they're addressing climate change while building more and more of the problem. And it struck me that this wasn't a problem in my home, that this was a global problem. And that's in part what led to the creation of this new, pretty bold idea that I want to tell you about today. So I'm just going to share my screen, and you're going to have to tell me if that worked. Do you see one big image there, Antonia?
Yep,
Thank
it
you.
worked. Yeah.
I did an entire presentation recently where they were looking at my notes. So
We've all done that.
So the logic for the fossil fuel treaty comes in part from my own experience in Canada, as I mentioned, but also from this. Every year, the World Economic Forum addresses the greatest threats to humanity. What is the greatest shared global security threats? What we know from that report for many years was weapons of mass destruction were the greatest potential impact on the planet and the greatest likelihood. Well, starting in about 2019, climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, water crisis, all of these became the most likely threats to global security. And of course, now we also have pandemics in the 2021 version. But it was in looking at this that one day a couple of academics started writing for the first time about the idea. If the world can come together to reach an agreement on who gets to produce or hold nuclear weapons, landmines, if these are the greatest threats, then why are we not doing it with fossil fuels? Because the fact is that while climate policy and climate solutions are complicated, there's no question that they're complicated. What's not complicated is the fact that over 80% of the emissions trapped in our atmosphere come from three products: coal, oil, and gas. And so a couple of years ago, for the first time, the United Nations and Stockholm Environment Institute and other NGOs produced what's known as the Production Gap Report. For decades, we've had the Emissions Gap Report, and the Emissions Gap Report has shown us what the gap is from when countries planned emissions, but no one's been looking at production. And what we saw with the Production Gap Report for the first time is that we are on track to produce 120% more fossil fuels than the world can ever burn and stay below 1.5 degrees. So we know now, as of this year, finally, the International Energy Agency agrees there's no need for new investment in fossil fuel supply. Again, for the first time, the IPCC report this year called out the fact that fossil fuel expansion is inconsistent with meeting our climate goals. But what many people don't realize, and this for me came as a huge shock the day that I searched, I wanted to understand, okay, so knowing this, how does the Paris Agreement help us stop the production of fossil fuels? How do we help developing countries leap over the fossil fuel era and not just dig out more of the problem? And I found that the Paris Agreement doesn't even have the words in it: coal, oil, gas, or fossil fuels. The fossil fuel industry has become successful in making themselves invisible, making their products invisible, making the supply of fossil fuels not something that governments deal with in order to protect the public good, but instead is the responsibility just of the marketplace. So we'll increase agreements, we'll increase policy, we'll reduce demand, and the market will go ahead and constrain supply. The problem is that theory is not working, not fast enough to keep us safe, because the markets are distorted with billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies. So even though, of course, we have a dropping price of renewables and more divestment, still we have governments propping up the fossil fuel industry, and we are using the majority still of the world's intellectual, financial, and political capital to build more of the problem that we can never use. So the other aspect of the reason we need a treaty, a fossil fuel treaty, not to replace the Paris Accord, but to help us complement and meet the goals of the Paris Accord, to deal with the supply side of the problem, is this issue of equity and justice. Because we cannot stop the production of fossil fuels and expansion of fossil fuel production globally without international cooperation, because not all countries are in the same situation. The wealthy countries must act first. The fact is, there are many countries that have, let's take Ecuador, for example, the heart of the Amazon, probably honestly the stupidest place on earth to be drilling for oil right now in our history, when so much of the world depends on the Amazon forest for global systems. Many countries like Ecuador are drilling now, new drilling for oil in the heart of the Amazon, in the territories of indigenous peoples who oppose that drilling, just in order to feed their debt. In fact, Ecuador has a debt for oil swap with China. They have to drill even if they don't want to. But there are many other countries in similar circumstances right now. And that's why a fossil fuel treaty needs to help us deal with these inequities and inequalities. There needs to be negotiations and international cooperation on who's producing what, how quickly the decline of production is in each country. And that needs to be based on principles of equity. So we need to end the exploration and expansion of fossil fuels. We need to ensure transparency on accountability on who's producing what, and we need to phase out quickly and fairly. So that's why the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is designed around these three principles: non-proliferation, global disarmament, and peaceful transition. Why we're learning from other treaties from around the world and what we can learn from those journeys, trying to create this new conversation and cooperation. We want to change the global norm on fossil fuels so people understand that the expansion of fossil fuels threatens our health, our lives, our security. Yes, once they were integral to our prosperity, they are no longer. We want to provide the missing framework and mechanism for multilateral agreement for a just transition, and we want to grow the global movement. We are stronger together. And the fact is that all across this planet, we are seeing women, especially in frontline communities, standing up to stop these projects. Line 3 in the United States, the Trans Mountain Pipeline in Tsleil-Waututh territory. We're going to be hearing from one of the councillors of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation on the next panel, and on from Guyana to again, the heart of the Amazon. Together, we can say no. It's not about this project or that project. It's about no fossil fuel expansion anywhere. So we've been designing research to support these projects, to understand what are the barriers that we need to work on together in order to see international cooperation. We've been designing diplomatic engagement and communications, and we've created now a directed network of over 700 organizations that are working on the treaty with core regional partners and started to do outreach. We launched this initiative a year ago. We already have 101 Nobel laureates, over 2,000 scientists and academics, and 14 cities who have now passed motions. We've gone to cities because cities were so critical in attaining nuclear non-proliferation, and can be here too. And just last week, parliamentarians, elected officials from around the world from 20 countries joined our call. And there is an open letter for elected officials right now to join, and we'll be working on that in the run-up to COP. We've created a campaign hub with all of these resources so individuals and organizations can join the campaign and make it their own, because no one owns this idea. So I hope you'll join us in this very bold and new idea for a fossil fuel treaty, to join the youth space, to join the growing women's space, the steering committee, or just endorse the campaign and make sure that more and more people know about it. Especially in the run-up to COP26, because we agree that we need to make huge changes at COP26, but we also need to ensure that we're no longer allowing the production of fossil fuels to poison our communities and take us well past 1.5 degrees. We need both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zipporah. Fantastic wrap up for us. Two facts that stuck out with me: over 80% of planned fossil fuel expansion in the world planned for the United States and Canada, and that 80% of emissions are coming from just three sources: oil, gas, and coal. And thank you for all of those very, very specific actions that can be taken with a non-proliferation treaty. And I appreciate that with all four of you, that there has been this focus on fossil fuels and how to tackle fossil fuel production and actors as part of the action items that you've all laid out. Osprey is going to join us for a moment, and then I want to let you know that we're going to go until 20 minutes after the hour, and I'm going to be asking questions of the panelists. There's also an opportunity for our viewers, of which I've been told there are thousands, to post questions as well if you're in Zoom in the chat, and I'll do my best to look at those. So thank you, Osprey.
Thank you, Antonia. I just want to let you know we can actually go to the half hour, so we're good on time there, just so you know. And first of all, I want to thank this really esteemed panel for your very powerful comments. I'm really honored that you all participated in our assembly and the ongoing work you have done really for decades, for years and years in all of your different arenas. So thank you very, very much. And to you, Antonia, for moderating the session. I wanted to make a brief intervention before we go to the Q&A. One, I wanted to thank you, Zipporah, for your initiative. And I've been very honored to be on the steering committee of the treaty. We're very excited about it, and we think it's very essential that we go after the supply end of this problem. So we're really, really excited about the treaty, which we've put the information in the chat about so others can learn. And as been stated, the IEA and the IPCC reports of this year couldn't state it more clearly that we have got to stop expanding fossil fuels. There's just no wiggle room on this. And to highlight that, in addition to initiatives and the work that needs to happen at the COP and beyond, as Jody stated, this work goes on every single day. This also means that civil society has to push our governments, because we need to have the vision and the view and the initiatives, and as an example, the Paris Climate Agreement. But I'm really glad that Antonia mentioned the actions that will be happening as an example here in the United States, but there are movements all over the world. There were 4,000 Indigenous women marching in the streets just a few weeks ago in Brazil, demanding Indigenous rights, demanding protection from for the Amazon forest and to stop extractive industries in their territories. In Colombia, I mean, there's actions happening all over the world. Here in the United States, starting October 11th, there'll be actions, people versus fossil fuels, to demand that the Biden administration follow through on their commitment to no more fossil fuel expansion. Yet we see Line 3 and many other pipelines that are continued to be expanded now, and more plants. So we've got to stop the rhetoric and actually call to the moment that governments respond and do what they say they are going to do. We have to meet rhetoric with action. One of the things I wanted to call out, it is also part of our call to action, which Catherine, you can put the call to action in the chat, that we're really demanding is that we specifically address the call to action to governments and financial institutions at the same time, because this revolving door between governments, between the financial sector and the fossil fuel industry has got to be surfaced and made perfectly clear. Because as we're all working so hard, if that revolving door continues and financial institutions continue to finance government leaders and to finance the fossil fuel industry, around and around we go. So we really need for all of us to understand the connections there and where we need to have points of leverage and push for civil society. I also wanted to point out, before we hand the floor back over to the panelists, that when we're talking about justice, we need to remember also that civil society collectively, all the different constituencies, actually called for a postponement of this COP. Not because anyone wants there to be inaction, everybody wants action now from governments, but because the UK COP presidency has not done a good job of creating equity around the COVID-19 pandemic and what was promised around vaccine equity, or the financing for there to actually be a way for Global South partners to be able to participate. Civil society from the Global South, who needs to be there, the most impacted communities, are having an incredibly difficult time getting to the COP and having their voices heard. So there's a real need of how we're going to improve these international spaces to ensure that those most impacted Indigenous peoples, people from the Global South, can be present. And I know for a fact, because we're working on delegations, it's very difficult to get our Global South partners there. And lastly, when we go to the comments, it would be really great to hear anything from a lot of these powerful women about Article 6 and these market mechanisms that are being discussed at COP26, and how much civil society is really demanding that we end market mechanisms and stop pollution at the source, which again goes back to this really powerful treaty that was presented by Sephora. So thank you all so much. It's such an honor to be with you. I love all of you, respect you all, and I hand the floor back to you, Antonia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osprey, for those great points and interventions. So the question I want to start with is, one of the things that we know about the climate crisis is that it has clear causes and clear actors that are contributing the most to the crisis. And as you have all laid out, clear solutions. So what I'd like to ask you each, and just please go in the order that you spoke with in the beginning, is to call out one particular actor or group, whether that's a company or a government or a bank or a group that you believe is a key blockage on something that you're trying to achieve and you think we should try and achieve to solve the climate crisis, and an action that you think needs to be taken to undo that blockage. And I'll start with you, Mary Robinson, please.
Thank you, Antonio. But I think I more or less did that because I went through the G20 and I said, you know, that those who haven't provided their NDCs, it's really important that they do. And that's China, India, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and then the others who should be enhancing. But I also made the point that developed countries need to stand by the pledges they make. And we're not doing this. I mean, the EU has not fulfilled its pledges. The United States, even, you know, they're coming back now under Biden, and that's good. But I mean, the commitment of Biden, which was important in the General Assembly, to increase the US contribution to the 100 billion, to double to 11.4 billion. He needs to double again for the US to be respectable. I mean, that's the way to put it. You know, the US is so far behind the curve. You know, I'm not sure calling out people in one way is all that valuable. I think we need to do it, but you know, I think it's really important just to recognize that nobody is doing enough. That's why we are where we are.
Well, let me add to that then. What do you think is stopping? So you've named these key governments, and Biden in particular. What do you think is stopping the G20 from doing the things that we know needs to be done, that's stopping the governments you just named in particular?
Well, the Paris Agreement left it to countries to decide on their NDCs and to increase the ambition of them, which they're committed to. And there's no stick to beat them with. So that's the problem. But peer pressure is very important. And I think, you know, at the G20 next month, the Italian Prime Minister can, you know, really put a lot of pressure on his peers, but Italy needs to step up in committing to climate finance. So does France, so does Spain, so frankly does Ireland. You know, we're not actually where we should be in our little bit of the contribution towards the 100 billion. I mean, it's not going to change the billions of it, but still, you know, I'm unhappy that we're not fully paid up in what we should be paying. So that's why I say, you know, if you start calling out, call us all out.
Sounds good. There's plenty of blame to go around. Okay, excellent. Well, thank you. And you also did lay out some really great action items for what people can be doing to put pressure on those key governments. And I think naming key governments is very important for where we're at now. And then Decima, if I can put the same question to you as well, Decima Williams, please. And you are muted.
Thank you much for the question. And I think I'm going down the same general pathway as Mary, that I think that the big cause for the bottlenecks that we experience, or the failure for the transformation, is the weakness of current beneficiary commitments. You know, those who are benefiting are not committing to the change that is needed, and they're not benefiting fast enough or deep enough, and so on. So, and though, again, I'm speaking from the point of view of a negotiator's or a governmental perspective, but it is a fact that many of these big polluting governments are not taking their responsibility. They're just not. Now, is that important, and how do we change it? Yes, it's important because those countries are standing in the way of the transformation. It's not the governments, it's the economic and even lifestyle activity within their countries. So the private sector, the big corporate giants, you know, the oil companies, the funding from the banks and the financial institutions, it's all together. They have a gridlock on the system. It's the post-war II arrangement of how to produce, how to distribute, etc. So I think what we've seen shift this, let's say with the outcome in the Paris Agreement, is popular discontent, popular pressure. And this is why people's movements are so important to envision and propose the alternative, the justice. But we have to have allies and alliances with those on the inside who are convinced, you know, like your John Kerry, if I can call names, like your Mark Carney, people who sit in high economic or political decision-making places and are able to speak truth to their power brokers. But those people we have to have access to them so that there is a dialogue that goes on. And this is where, again, women leaders come in, you know, women who are on the inside as national or international political leaders, but understand the plight of people, including women, and they're able to bring that to the table, you know. And I think we have the lady from New Zealand, we have the Prime Minister of Barbados, we have, you know, international political leaders who understand urgency and equity and so on, and are able to make that argument inside. So I think there was a report that, I forget the name of the organization, that has been released that has shown that we can have economic development with a green economy. We don't have to rely on old fossil fuel burning industries to be able to have economic development. That kind of evidence helps even developing countries that want to do sustainable development, but don't want to make the necessary adjustment. So there's a lot of evidence out there that we can, in fact, maintain our standard of living, raise the bottom, as some people say they want to do, instead of really get society moving in a democratic way that is no one left behind. Everybody's really taken care of. We can do it, but there isn't the trust or the confidence that it can be done by those who are already benefiting from the status quo. So it's a matter of getting the conversation, getting the messengers to those who hold the reins around the status quo to get them to understand. And it's not going to be done, all of it, by negotiations. It's going to be done by law. It's going to be done by undertaking the alternative, you know, turn your own residence into a solar energy citadel, and get others in your neighborhood to do so, and do what we can. I think Jody's idea is right, and Sephora too. Do what you can and have the power of the change, power of the demonstration, as well as having the arguments for the transition.
Thank you, Decima. And that follows well what Mary had initially said in her initial remarks, which was the necessity of solidarity, basically both on the ground and in governments and in the negotiations, you know, showing solidarity of cross purpose across peoples and across nations and movements. And I think that speaks really powerful to you, what you just laid out, Decima, which is basically pushing our levers at every single place where we should be, where we can be pushing them, in the streets and in the suites, as you've laid out very clearly. Thank you so much for that. Jody Williams, over to you, please. Jody, you are muted still.
I'm glad I was muted. I just cursed.
Not you, Jody.
No, not me. Greed. Greed is obviously the underlying factor why, that blocks change. And on the other hand, to me, the vision of, the ostrich with its head in the sand to avoid thinking about or taking action to deal with this issue. If I stick my head in the ground, I won't notice that the trees are dying. If I stick my head in the ground, I won't notice how many animals are going extinct. If I stick my head in the ground, I won't worry about the bees and the butterflies and pollination. If I stick my head in the sand, I can hope that somebody else figures out the solution to the problem and makes it happen. Well, it doesn't work that way. Change happens because we get off our collective butts and take action in whatever way we can to contribute to saving our planet. That's it.
That works. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jody. We need to get off our collective butts and take action. Thank you. Okay, Zipporah, over to you, Zipporah Berman.
Well, look, I think this question of what's holding us back is absolutely critical, and I think it's very clear now that it is the oil industry predominantly, broadly the fossil fuel industry. And I mean, I want to be clear. I'm Canadian. We're really polite. We like to find an agreement, to balance. I spent 4 years meeting with the CEOs and the senior management of the oil companies in Canada because I wanted to understand what these people were thinking. Some brilliant people, self-made billionaires, and over 100,000 Canadians who work in this industry. And I think the fact is there are good people everywhere, and there are good people stuck in bad systems and bad companies. And the fact is that these companies are not designed to remake themselves into energy companies and renewable energy companies. It's not going to be easy for them. So they are fighting for their lives. They recognize climate change now, but it's like they all want to be the last barrel standing. I know we're going to use less oil, we're going to use less gas, but we're going to be the ones. Ours is cleaner, ours is better for all these reasons. Everyone thinks that their product is going to be the best and we should continue using it. And they will fight for that competitive edge in the marketplace, which is why we need government regulation. These companies have gone from denial of climate change to delusion around net zero. We need to get to zero, but we need to get to zero fossil fuel emissions. We need to get beyond zero, we know that, because today we're at what, 417 parts per million of greenhouse gas emissions trapped in our atmosphere. We have to get back to 350 because there are people dying every day right now. I mean, I live in Canada and lived through a heat dome this year and fires like we have never been seen. A whole town went up in flames spontaneously because it was just so hot in northern Canada. So we know that we need to get back down to 350, but the age of offsetting is over. Any new technologies, any tree planting, any forest and nature protection that we can do, great. But we need to ensure that that is drawing down from the existing carbon trapped in the atmosphere. And the oil and gas companies and the coal companies have distorted our politics. They've distorted international agreements. And now they have convinced our governments of this delusion that we can depend on these new technologies that are not so new. Carbon capture and storage has been failing for 20 years. We've poured billions of dollars in it, taxpayers' dollars that could have gone to electrification and renewable energy systems and energy efficiency that could benefit more people. So these companies are fighting for their lives. They're distorting our politics. They shouldn't be at COP. They shouldn't be in all of our negotiations and systems. My own country has a climate leadership panel, and they've appointed the largest oil companies to sit on that panel. Even in British Columbia, we're seeing that. These companies are designing our policies. And we know from the incredible work of Influence Map that they have spent over $1 billion, just 5 companies, in weakening climate policy just since Paris. So that's happening now consistently. They're distorting this net zero, and that's going to be what we have to watch in the run up to COP, because we have these crazy ideas of how much nature-based sequestration and carbon capture and storage we can do that are just being used to justify the expansion of an industry that needs to be stopped. And so those are the people and the companies that are in our way.
Thank you so much, Zipporah. I'm going to hand it off quickly to Osprey, and then she's going to hand it back over to me.
Yeah, we're coming to the close of the session and time, and I just wanted to take a moment. I know Antonia is going to do a beautiful wrap up for us. It's just really been great for you to be moderating. I really appreciate it. And also to all of the panelists for this very important dialogue, which actually we could be here for about 4 hours to really dig into and sort this. But of course, negotiations been going on now for 27 years since we skipped a year. These are deep, deep discussions that are vital. And I just wanted to put forward that we do need an inside and an outside strategy, which is one of the reasons that we wanted to have this dialogue today, because we need to be working on the inside with our governments, wherever we are, whatever country we live in, to apply pressure and build those relationships with elected officials so that they understand what's happening on the front lines and really bring together a cohesive policy framework and a cohesive understanding of what impacted communities are experiencing, those on the front lines, by decision makers. So we need those good relationships. And we need to put pressure on the outside because things are not moving at speed and scale. And we want to ensure a climate justice framework, which is very disruptive to the current systems, as has been said, due to our current economic systems, due to the history of oppression, due to patriarchy, capitalism, colonialism, and these different systems that have applied so much pressure to the most impacted communities. So I just wanted to add, this final note around the fact that it's really critical that we keep communication lines open and that we are sitting around the table together. And I do believe it is women and gender diverse communities that are the ones who are going to be able to put forward this agenda where we can be in communication and to apply pressure where it's needed most. And we're not going to be able to do that unless we stop the fossil fuel industry. It's so locked in that it's going to take all of us to really dismantle those systems. And yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone again for your participation and look forward to seeing and being with all of you at the COP with our delegation and beyond. And I hand the floor back to you, Antonia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osprey. So I'll just wrap us up real quickly. One of the things I do in my job as a journalist is try and look at overview of themes, coming through what people are saying. And I do think, clearly one of the necessities that Mary brought up in the very beginning is finance and trying to link some of these ideas. One of the keys of finance, the shift of resources from wealthy to low-income countries, could be the necessity of helping countries, wealthy nations paying lower income countries or any countries to keep their fossil fuels in the ground, essentially making that a financial possibility by shifting resources. And you all talked about ending subsidies to the fossil fuel industry of governments, shifting resources of governments from subsidizing fossil fuel industry to subsidizing the keeping of fossil fuels in the ground through the international mechanisms we already have. And of course, as part of that, the transition, the just transition to renewable, sustainable energies, but literally making that part of the finance necessity and platform would link a lot of the problems and strategies that you've all highlighted here. I want to thank you all again. You absolutely stood up to the challenge, which was clearly delineating problems and solutions and actions that our thousands of viewers and listeners can take. And we just had such a wealth of discussion in the chat. That's going to be also made available by WECAN so that You can all see the ideas and thoughts from all around the world that were brought, and in thanks to all of the contributions that you have all made. And so, and people asked a couple times to remind them of who our speakers were. So I'll just close out by reminding you all. We had the incredible opportunity of hearing from Mary Robinson, former president of Ireland, Decima Williams, Grenadian diplomat and former ambassador to the United Nations from Grenada, Jody Williams, Nobel Peace Laureate and co-founder of the Nobel Women's Initiative from the US, and Zipporah Berman, chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty from Canada. Thank you all so much for having me as your moderator and your great contributions. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Such an honor to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was just an extraordinary opportunity for some good discussion, some good back.
Sorry. I just saw Maud Barlow. Hi, Maud Barlow.
Oh.
So wonderful to see you, Council Canadians. You too. Oh, yeah.
We're still live, so we're just going to keep going off the program, but that's fine. It is such a great opportunity to see everyone when we haven't in so long. So I appreciate the emotional outburst there and the love. Thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead with our next panel. Thank you, Antonia. I wanted to just really honor that really powerful panel and the back and forth that happened. And there's so many nuances that we would need hours to delve into. And I just wanted to encourage people, and Catherine, you could put in the chat some of the analysis that WECAN, but certainly other organizations have had that we were able to just sort of touch on, that if you're not into following the UNFCCC negotiations might be not as clear to those of you who have not been in the weeds so much. So Catherine, if you could put some of our blogs about our analysis of the COP negotiations of the last few years. And I also want to put into the chat some of the reports we've been sharing, one of them being Hoodwinked in the House, which is an analysis of false solutions, which really helps educate and open up the discussion about what governments could be doing, what is the difference between some of the things that are being outlined that are actually not solutions that are working, that need to be replaced by community-led solutions. So I wanted to make sure that people listening in have a deeper analysis and to know that we're all working really hard from many, many angles about what we're going to do in this climate emergency. And at the same time, as we move at speed, we also need to maintain a climate justice framework so that those who are impacted first and worst are heard, and also that the solutions that many people in the movements that have been working for decades have their voices front and centered. So I just wanted to let you know that information will be in the chat to further spell out some of the agenda that was expressed in our first panel. And really, again, thanks to all of the panelists who joined us. And with that, I want to transition us to this next really important panel, because we've been all saying so loudly, water is life, water is life. So I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on the panel, Ocean, Freshwater, and Climate Change. Thank you all for joining us and your vital work and leadership. I want to echo what so many of us learned from the words that were heard around the world from water protectors at Standing Rock, and that echo has gone on fighting against the Dakota Access Pipeline. Mini-Wichoni, Mini-Wichoni, water is life. Our Earth's oceans, rivers, glaciers, and the hydrologic cycle are gravely threatened by the climate crisis. We know that greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and human exploitation are destabilizing the water systems fundamental to all life on Earth. So in our call to action for the Assembly, we are highlighting that we need to recognize the human right to sufficient, safe, and clean water, that we need to outlaw water privatization. Water should be a free public good everywhere. Regarding the ocean, we know that ocean plays a fundamental role in mitigating climate change by acting as a major heat and carbon sink, but the ocean also bears the brunt of climate change as evidenced by changes in temperature, currents, and sea level rise. We live on a water planet, and there's no conversation about the climate crisis that can be had without addressing water, whether it's in some regions being far too much of it, in other regions far too little of it. So I really look forward to this important discussion with the following leaders, and I'll be introducing them in the order that they are presenting. First, we're going to be hearing from Aya Rahil Nassim. She is a marine biologist and co-founder and vice president of the Maldives Coral Institute in the Maldives. Then we'll be hearing from Charlene Alec of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, former elected council for Tsleil-Waututh Nation in Canada. Then we'll be hearing from Fadwa Barar. She is the WECAN coordinator for the Middle East North Africa region in Morocco. And then we'll be hearing from Maud Barlow. She's the founding member of the Council of Canadians and co-founder of the Blue Planet Project Canada. Then we'll be hearing from Vassar Seidel of the Deep Sea Mining Campaign. She's the manager of that from the Oxygen Project in the United States. And then finally from Keisha Mauna. She is an ocean campaigner, biologist, researcher from Greenpeace in the Philippines. So we're going to be hearing these voices from all over the world about water. And with that, I am honored to invite Aya to please go ahead and start the conversation. Thank you. The floor is yours, Aya.
Thank you very much, Osprey. I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this forum. I'd first like to acknowledge all the people here who are fighting for their land and livelihoods and sovereignty, and to protect the biodiversity and ecosystems that their lives depend on. It's an honor to be here with all of you. I'm Aya Nassim. I'm a marine biologist and a surfer, and I'm with the Maldives Coral Institute, MCI. We're a nonprofit working with science and community and policy to help our coral reefs survive and adapt to the changing climate. I'm from an ocean country, Maldives, where 1,200 coral islands make up only 1% of our land cover, and the rest is ocean. Maldives is built by coral and it's built on coral, and we're completely dependent on our reefs for our safety, our cultural lives, and our livelihoods. The first time I went snorkeling, I was barely 5, but I remember it really well, being fascinated by all the colors and the sounds and all this life under the sea. But then the reef also felt strong and protective, and like they were always going to be there, surrounding each of our islands and keeping us safe. But after the first major global bleaching event in '98, which affected almost 90% of our corals, I realized just how fragile these incredible organisms that we owe our existence to are. Because the corals are fragile, that makes us vulnerable. Because we know and see that climate change is altering ocean temperatures and chemistry, changing currents and tides, raising sea levels, and causing losses in biodiversity. And coral reefs are one of the most vulnerable ecosystems to these changes because they need very specific conditions to survive. We've seen the latest IPCC predictions. It suggests a 70 to 90% loss of coral from the world's reefs if global temperatures increase by 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is scary, and it's something we need to deal with. To put it into perspective, this is a photo of our sand, and this is what makes up our islands. And it's made completely of things that come from the reef. As a scientist, I believe we need to gain a deep understanding of how things work in order to take action. And science is the foundation of the work we do at MCI. We're looking into the changes our reefs have gone through over time, researching coral-friendly practices and how to build resilience and adaptation to help our coral reefs so we can survive and stay on our islands. When we think of how Maldives is vulnerable, we tend to imagine things like sea level rise and flooding and erosion, but we also have to remember the many overlapping dimensions at play, like increased warming events, development and tourism booms, plastic pollution affecting marine life, and many more, all of which intersect and have different timelines of impact, which can have effects on each other. We Maldivians, who are surrounded by water and not more than 3 feet above sea level, have a lot in common with other vulnerable people who rely on the natural environment, or people who are reliant on food, on imports for food and water security. Exposure to man-made damage, loss of land and biodiversity, leading to loss of culture and tradition. This is something I can relate to, because if we lose our coral reefs, we lose our identity. Our shorelines would erode, our islands would lose their ability to grow, fish abundance and diversity would fall, fisheries and food security will be compromised, and we may even have to leave our home. Maldives is recognized as a vulnerable country, and often climate conversations happen on national levels. There's people in this forum who are representing vulnerable groups from countries that are not necessarily recognized as such. For climate action to be sustainable and to lead to heightened resilience, all levels of stakeholders have to be in the picture. And this is why people connecting with people across communities is so important. And I'm thankful to the organizers of this forum for providing this space and this platform for these connections to happen and to share our stories and come together in our call for climate justice. Working together, supporting each other, and lobbying together is so important, especially supporting each other as women. These are just some campaigns we were part of from this past year in Maldives, and I wanted to give a shout out to the women who led some of them, Shaha, Sazo, and Hume. There's lots more work to be done, and we need everyone on board. One of the things we try and do to actively reach out to people is our Coral Festival, which brings together scientists and divers, artists, policymakers, students, industry, actors, community, to build relationships and create a platform to discuss issues, share knowledge, and form solutions together. One of the biggest localized threats to our coral reefs that compound the impacts of climate change is unsustainable and destructive development that does not take long-term resilience into account. For a lot of people, it's also quite hard to imagine that we might get to a point where the corals might not be able to recover, because this has only been happening for the past few decades. When 90% of 21,000 square kilometers of coral are bleaching and dying underwater, you can't, for example, drive through them for miles and miles and see the extent of the destruction like you would after a forest fire of that scale. The only way to become aware of these changes is if there are people going underwater with all the resources that are required to do so, and observing and monitoring and communicating that information. So this is what the science is for. And part of our work is not just doing the science, but it's to try and make these things visible. It can be as simple as taking underwater videos and showing people what's happening to their reef, or it can be a much larger project. It can involve multiple institutions and countries, like this project by Scripps. They collect 3D mapping data to show how corals of a particular reef change over time. One of our ongoing community projects is in the island of Fuladu, which had a highly diverse and resilient reef that had represented almost 100 species of coral and had survived through multiple bleaching events. This reef was devastated in a particularly destructive harbor project. So together with Save the Beach Maldives, another NGO, we worked with the island community last year to install a silt screen to try and minimize the dredged sediments from smothering the corals. And we relocated corals away from the impact zone. And this year we returned to Fuladu with Mars Global to start restoring the degraded reef, while also training people on the community on how to restore and look after that reef. Developments that destroy corals, surfing breaks, mangroves, or mega projects that are not designed to withstand the conditions of the changing climate push us further into debt, while making it even harder to invest in climate adaptation and mitigation. Maldivians know that our coral reefs are important for the safety of our islands and for sustaining fisheries, but people also need to keep their boats safe and be able to travel, and especially because storms and rough seas are intensifying. But current types of coastal development on community islands and resorts, They disrupt natural island processes and they degrade corals. So, and they lose that natural ability to adapt to the changes. And this increases the island's vulnerability even further. Maldivian culture holds generations of information, including knowledge of monsoon-driven winds, currents, the shaping and shifting of islands, spawning aggregations, and significance of different reefs. And to develop new sustainable ways, we have to make sure traditional knowledge and community voices are heard and included in planning and decision-making. A community that understands the immense benefits that our coral reefs provide them, and when people have a deep understanding of the long-term implications of unsustainable development, and if coral-friendly, climate-resilient alternatives are made accessible, we can move towards a more resilient future without leaving anyone behind. Thank you. Thanks for listening. I will stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Aya, for your work in the Maldives, and also to really help us understand also that the crisis of what is happening on our planet with the climate crisis affects different communities in different ways, and what it's like to be in an island nation, facing sea level rise and the unique challenges. So thank you very much for your presentation. And now I would like to hand the floor to Charlene Alec. Thank you, Charlene, for joining us.
Hi, Tzapawith. I raise my hands to lift up your spirits from my heart, and thanking you for this invitation to be a part of this important dialogue and this important conversation. I would like to thank WECAN for creating this space and allowing us as life givers to share our stories from our respective territories, to be a part of this solution and create some recommendations going towards the COP21. I want to begin by sharing our creation story. We're an Indigenous community on the North Shore of Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada. We come from a fjord that is called Indian Arm, which in our language we call Enlewatash. And it is our belief as Tsleil-Waututh people that our grandmother was created from the sediment, from this inlet, from the salt water. And it is our belief that our grandfather was transformed from the wolf people, from our relatives, the wolf, into our first grandfather. This is not a myth or mythology. It is a belief in our hearts of Tsleil-Waututh people that we were placed on this territory to be caretakers of this area, of not only the land, but the water as well. And so with that belief system, we've been trained and told that it is our responsibility and our obligation to protect the inlet and to protect the salt water, and which is connected to the Sailor Sea and a greater body, in the Pacific Ocean, that we're all related. And so when Tsleil-Waututh was approached about 9 years ago, of this great big oil pipeline coming from the tar sands, this project that was coming into our territory, we immediately looked at the effects, the risks, and the size of the project, and completely said no. We brought it to our community and had told them this is what they had roughly planned to do. And it was an expansion of the holding tanks. It was an expansion of the pipeline, but as well, it was an expansion of the marine terminal, which I don't say it's in our backyard. I say it's in our kitchen sink, because before industry came into the Vancouver area, our community got over 90% of our diet from the inlet. We had a saying that when the tide went out, the table is set. And that just really gives a true history of how we sustained our lives for, thousands of years, where we didn't see plants or animals or ecosystems go extinct. So since the 1950s, when we've seen industry move into our territory, a lot of that has gone extinct. We as a nation, knowing our responsibility and our obligation to the territory, we made it our goal to clean some clam beds where we can harvest once again, where we've cleaned salmon-bearing streams to a point where it died down and the pollution was so high. We helped the vegetation and the ecosystems to a point where we've just recently, I think it was 2 weeks ago, we've seen a population of over 600,000 salmon return to spawn. So a lot of the work that we do is obligated to the land and the water and the fresh water and the salt water. And projects like the tar sands pipeline expansion coming into our territory does not fit in any of those belief systems that we have set out on our land already. And Canada will not share the truth of the delays that the Trans Mountain expansion is experiencing. They would like Canadians and the public, general public, to maintain this illusion that they're on schedule. But the truth of the matter is that they're doing that by breaking the rules, and most devastatingly breaking laws and not being called out about it. We've seen a lot of changes over our time being Tsleil-Waututh people stewarding these areas, and we've found that our men have been warriors. Our men have held us up and protected us through that patrilineal and being colonialized. They've protected us, and now I've seen more and more that women are starting to take the lead. Women are starting to go on the front lines, and it is our turn, and then it's that step and that walk that we have as Indigenous people, where we uphold one another. And that's one of our symbols, is when we hold our hands up. It's like, I'm giving you piece of my heart to hold your spirit up in the walk and the work and the way that you are. And practicing that type of culture is so a part of or it's so different than the colonialized way. Our laws and our rules are truth, family, health, and culture. And you see the laws, those laws try fit in the colonial way, and there's no similarity, and there's no matching. So our way of thinking, I really want to express that, because our way of thinking of protecting the lands, waters, and air is so different from the colonialized way, because we can't drink oil, we can't eat money, but then yet we see the sky is red and the earth is on fire and the land is flooding. Plants and animals and ecosystems are going extinct. So, Indigenous leaders have so much over the past declared their commitment to protect and save the earth, and coming up to our climate crisis, and not just talking about it, but all the actions that we have upheld in our respected territories. Now is the time to listen to those leaders. When I hear sisters fighting for their land that is going away from being flooded, and islands that are now being decimated by the atrocities of the climate crisis, is devastating. And our leaders, like a lot has been said, words are selected to render our situations less than damaging to the actual truth. And now is more important time to hear it from the horse's mouth, to hear it from those women that are protecting their children, that are, you know, trying to save our land, and they're going out on the front lines to be able to have actions done within our respective territories. And I think that is so important to hear them now more than it is than any time before. I've had the opportunity to share our story with Osprey in defunding, because when you look at all these big climate polluters and tar sands projects, the base of that is the insurances that they need to, in order for the construction to happen. So we've went and knocked on their door and said, hey, you know, your projects are decimating our natural world in our territory. We're a small nation, but it means the world to us. You know, with those projects might be small in the world of economic, you know, of global economics, but to us, it's our world. And so when we knock on the doors of these insurance companies, we've also, you know, took to the streets of Wall Street and knocked on the doors of investors. I've traveled with Osprey and a delegation over to Europe to knock on their doors and just say, you know, these projects that you're investing in are damaging Indigenous ways of life. They're damaging coastal peoples. You know, it's not just the construction or the industry, it's the disposal sites that have this cumulative effect of damaging these ecosystems. And so somewhere along the line, you know, knocking on these doors, it has to stop. It has to be brought to their attention. And as a leader, you have to make it that emergency, and you have to make it possible for people to call these projects and to make sure that they stop, you know, in the face of climate, in the face of our people losing land masses by climate atrocities of forest fires and flooding. And, you know, we just experienced this heat dome that happened. And these are all effects from the humankind, you know, overproducing and having that overachieving, that our economic system has to prosper, where no, now we need to see our earth and the natural world prosper. And we've seen a pandemic that called upon this isolation and you know, for our economic systems to pause a little bit. And we've seen a little bit of things come back. The economic systems or the ecosystems come back to a point where, you know, this is what we strive for, this is what we hope for, and to unify all of our needs and our work we're doing together. And that's why I so appreciate WECAN for combining all these voices from across the globe to come together to share our strengths and our challenges, so that you can be together, because we are stronger together. And I'll end with that. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you so much, Charlene, for your years and years of work and your dedication to your land and your people and educating us so much. And also just to highlight something beautiful that you said, so many beautiful things, but, you know, Indigenous peoples are a solution. And as you shared with us, the way in which you are living your worldview and living in respect and reciprocity with the land is something we all need to learn from. And I thank you so much for highlighting that, because if we had Indigenous peoples running these climate negotiations, I can just so much imagine if we had all these Indigenous matriarchs running these negotiations, we would be in a very different place. So thank you for your wisdom and your years and years of dedication. We stand with you in your fight to protect your land. And with that, I would like to bring Fadwa Brar into the conversation. Thank you, Fadwa.
Thank you, Osprey. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of the panel. I had the pleasure to be part of WECAN since a couple of years ago. And today I'm just going to walk you through some water issues over the MENA region and some potential solutions that, you know, could be taken into account during the policymaking process. Well, first of all, I'm today representing two entities, the Moroccan Youth Climate Movement, which is a nonprofit. It's, as its name indicates, is a movement of young people. We created our organization back in 2012, and our main goal was really, to create a generation-wide movement that is, aware of climate stressors in Morocco and in the region, and also able of taking actions, on the ground actions, in a way that involves local communities and the most vulnerable communities. So as you can see, in the next slide, here is the map of, there's a slide before, but it's okay. Yeah, never mind. So I wanted to show you where the MENA region is located. So the Middle East and North African region, which is commonly known as the MENA region, emerges as one of the hotspots for worsening extreme heat, drought, and aridity conditions under climate change. Different countries, and most of the countries in the MENA region, heavily rely on agriculture as a source of food and income. And the agriculture sector, which 70% is rain-fed, is highly exposed to changing climatic conditions and water scarcity. And also, the region has been facing unusual heat extremes projected to affect about 1/3 of the land areas, with likely consequences for local food production, and also leading to food security issues across the region. Another issue is also human population across the region is projected to double by 2000, to reach the last statistics say that it's gonna reach 100 million by 2030, and this population growth is also associated with growth in water demand and food demand. Although the agriculture sector remains the largest employer in many Arab countries and contributes significantly to national economies and even economies of scales. However, the annual water discharge already critically declined and is projected to drop by another 15 to 45%, resulting in serious water scarcity issues across the region. As a consequence, deteriorating rural livelihoods associated with declining agricultural productivity will continue to contribute to migration flows, often to urban areas, and this has been already observed in many countries, including Morocco, where rural communities are more migrating toward urban cities, leaving behind mostly women and children living in rural areas and really facing those climate stressors and water scarcity issues. So that being said, women have been, always in the heart of climate change and environmental degradation in my region. Also, the coastline zones are expected to face more inundation resulting from slow onset sea level rise, floods, and damages caused by extreme events, including storms and storm surges. So, but today, I'd like to focus more on water issues because that's the subjects of the panel, but also that's one of the main issues that the region is facing from, you know, the Atlantic Ocean to the Gulf countries. And here, as you can see, I've put together a couple of statistics from different studies that have been done in the region by different institutes, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum. So those are not numbers that I made up. As I can see, the World Economic Forum has released a report back in 2019 stating that 13 out of 22 Arab countries fall into the category of severe water scarcity, with less than 500 meter cube water per inhabitant per year, compared to the world average, which is 60,000 meter cubes. So there's a huge difference. And this is a shocking number as well. So this is the consequence of the escalating effects of desertification in the Middle East and North African region, which is a sweeping environmental issue that is destroying the agricultural sector, even in the largest economies across the region, knowing that the MENA region heavily relies on agriculture as a source of food and income for millions of communities. So while globally agriculture accounts for an average of 70% of water use, it is more than 80% in the MENA region. So can you imagine, in one of the driest regions in the world still, we're using 10% above the average compared to the rest of the world. Although the agricultural sector, of which 70% is rain-fed, has been highly exposed to changing climatic conditions, as I mentioned. And this water scarcity has grown in the region in the past decade to the point that average water coverage has fallen by 25%, according to analysis that has been done by the Washington Institute. Also, another World Bank report study, it was more of a study, shown that the rates of freshwater reserve losses in the region was almost equal to the volume of entire Dead Sea. That's huge, and also is making the region one of the largest, facing one of the largest rate of loss in liquid freshwater on the planet during that time. Also, there is, as I mentioned briefly earlier, the migration of people from rural to urban areas has grown drastically due to poor water management issues, deteriorating water infrastructure, and issues with water governance. According to the World Bank, again, the MENA region also has the greatest expected economic losses from climate-related water scarcity and rural migration, estimated at between 6 to 14% of the GDP by 2050. So this scarcity poses a significant threat to the region's long-term socioeconomic developments, especially among local communities, which leaves us with the biggest social challenge of rural-urban migration. And I don't see that in any of the regional policies, this issue is addressed properly. So we're losing a lot of local communities, migrating toward the cities, and women have been always left behind facing those challenges. So on the next slide, I think there are a couple of solutions that can be taken into consideration. If Catherine, you can pass the next slide, please. Yeah. So here, I think those, the different challenges that I've outlined in the past slide are causing real economic issue and also social and political issues as well. And we definitely need scalable solutions that are sustainable and inclusive, that should consider the adaptation needs of grassroots communities to maintain their farming activities in a way that could still keep them in the ag business and solve the water issues. For instance, food security in the region lies in empowering farmers to promote their sustainable land use practices, sustainable farming, adaptation tools. But these co-op, like the co-ops that are created at the community level, receive very few to no governmental support, so they can keep going and ensure their economic independence. And I think there is a huge need for, supporting this women-led co-op, because most of the co-op that have been created at the grassroots level are led by women. And with WECAN MENA region, we had a chance to empower those women in the past to have organize a bunch of on-the-ground training. And we've seen that there are a lot of things to do, a lot of adaptation measures that were developed by those women, but unfortunately, they're not incorporated in the policymaking process. Also, that's at the grassroots level. Another solution could be a cooperative management of shared water. This requires a high degree of cooperation between countries that share underground water reservoir with their neighbors, so they can sustain their economy and mitigate the impact of rural migration in urban areas. The only way that in the MENA region, many countries are sharing those water issues problems, but there is still lack of cooperation. And I think the only way we can preserve the underground fresh water is by creating this intergovernmental cooperation. Also, there is another, I can call it behavioral issue, which is the misuse of water. So I think there is a need of rationalizing water consumption, which is almost a non-existent in many countries. And this is another issue why we were losing a lot of fresh water in the region. For instance, there is the World Bank talk again about a solution which I found really fascinating on how we can reuse what they call gray water. Like mainly, in the MENA region, there are many countries that are using energy intense devices like the ACs, and the ACs are using fresh water, and this water is lost. So there's another way, another opportunity to turn the adversity of water scarcity on its head by recycling the gray water, and also the same study by the World Bank suggested that due to the hot and humid climate in the region, there's a naturally high usage of ACs, and the condensation this creates, which usually drains off directly to sewage, can be collected and repurposed for a variety of uses, such as cleaning, irrigation, flushing toilet, and more. And this way we can save more water and properly manage water resources in the region. So finally, I think the empowerment of women still in the core of policy solutions. They are still left behind, unfortunately, and facing with this water crisis and other agricultural disruption issues. And there are still a lot of things, if local communities are not really considered in the policy making process, I think we're still far behind solving any problems related to water scarcity and desertification in the region. Thank you so much for listening, and I will happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Fadwa. And it's really important for us to understand what's actually going on the ground with water issues in regions around the world. And thank you for your leadership and your in-depth analysis and giving us a view into what is happening in the MENA region. We really appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to bring Maud Barlow into the conversation, who is really an international leader at so many levels on these issues of water, and is someone I really consider a mentor and a beloved friend and colleague. Please go ahead, Maud.
Well, Osprey, thank you very much. And thank you to all the wonderful women on this panel. It's just fabulous. And what you've done here is so important. I want to make, first of all, make a distinction between the water crisis and the climate crisis. Far too often, I feel that the water crisis kind of is seen as just a subset or a victim of the climate crisis being caused by greenhouse gas emissions. And while I am not in any way diminishing that, the reality of what we're dealing with here the truth is, I believe deeply that if we were to stop every greenhouse gas emission in the world tomorrow, we would still have a water crisis. And that's because we have collectively mismanaged, polluted, diverted, over-extracted, over-dammed our lakes and rivers around the world. We have abused our freshwater systems. We have seen water like nature, and I don't mean obviously indigenous teachings, and Charlene would be the first to say, don't include us in here because this is the colonialism Charlene's talking about. But the more modern we get, the more industrialized, the more so-called sophisticated, the more we seem to think that water is just here to service us for industrial growth, for convenience, for profit. And we have got to change that because we are a world in deep, deep distress. There's an ecological crisis. We are a planet running out of clean water. We're not running out of water, we're running out of accessible clean water because of how we've abused it. So that you look at the statistics, the demand is going straight up, and the demand is going straight up and the supply is going straight down. We have a human rights crisis, and that became so clear when COVID hit, and we understood that over half the population of the world doesn't have a place to wash their hands with soap and warm water. If any silver lining can come from this COVID crisis, it's that we will finally understand the need for sanitation in all areas of human rights and health. So one of the struggles has been not only to have us think about water as a cause of climate crisis, but also the protection and restoration of watersheds and soil and wetlands and forests and so on is a major solution to the crisis. And there's a great deal of thinking about that now. I really feel that there is some very serious movement. But as we move here, we need to be sure we are not allowing a corporate private interest takeover of water. And it happens in many, many ways. And if it continues to happen, or if that form of water governance wins, we will not be able to protect the commons. We will not be able to protect the water commons, nor the human right to water. We have the privatization of municipal water services around the world. We have big mining and extractive industries or big ag coming in with land and water grabs and getting rights to that water. That's privatization, when you have rights to water, that river or that lake for 99 years. Again, Charlene can tell that's part of the story that she and her people are fighting with myself and many others, of course. We have water markets and water trading, where in countries like Chile and Australia and some parts of the United States, actual water has been separated from the land and is able to be sold for profit. And so the price of water goes way up, and it becomes almost impossible for ordinary people to buy water. And if you think it's just in the global south, 15 million people every year in the United States have their water shut off because they can't afford clean water. So it's a global, international problem. And most recently, we have something called the financialization of water, where the Chicago Mercantile Exchange has allowed a lot with Bitcoin. Think of water and Bitcoin together, and that'll scare you, to allow big investors to invest or speculate on water futures in California, starting in California, but you can see this could spread. And they're basically betting on drought. They're betting on crisis, buying water assets. It's not the actual water, it's water on paper at a certain price, and then holding on to it until the crisis gets worse and selling it for profit. This must not be allowed. And I would really like at the COP meetings for the discussions around economic globalization, privatization, corporate control of so much in our world. Of the world's leading economies, 69 are corporations and only 31 are countries. Of course, governments listen to corporations, and of course they do their bidding far more than they should. We need to talk about the need to keep water as a human right, which has been recognized by the United Nations, and in four dozen countries have either amended their constitution or brought in a separate law recognizing the human right to sanitation and water. We need to say water is a public trust and must be governed by the people, for the people, local communities and their local representatives, and who has access and under what conditions must be democratically decided. But there is good news, and I want to end my talk with good news, partly just because I finished a new book I wrote called Still Hopeful: Lessons from a Lifetime of Activism, because I think there are a lot of wonderful things happening. There is the whole move to land-based or nature-based solution, but again, a warning here that not be taken over by market forces that say, well, let's bring nature into the market economy and make it compete. No, true, honest, and real protection for wildlands and the people who live there and the indigenous people who live there and for our waters and so on. But we have fought back against privatization of municipal services. Well over 300 municipalities, some of them big like Paris and Berlin, tried the privatization route, realized it was a mistake, and have gone back to public management. We put together a coalition of groups to really oppose the financialization of water and the buying and speculation of water futures. And Pedro Arroyo, who is the most recently appointed special rapporteur at the UN on the human right to water and sanitation, is preparing a wonderful report on the financialization of water. He really gets it. This is a movement whose time has come, and it's very exciting. And finally, we launched a project in Canada about 12 years ago because we had a right-wing government that was doing to our people what the World Bank often does to poorer countries, which is if you want funding for water infrastructure or water delivery, you have to go to a public-private partnership or a private corporation, and we didn't want that. So we launched something called Blue Communities. And Blue Community, if you're a municipality, you agree to protect water as a human right, as a public trust, and to where there's clean, safe water coming out of your taps, to do away with bottled water on municipal premises and to promote public water with your people. And it has grown. We thought of it just as a Canadian project at first, but there are now about 25 million people around the world living in municipalities, towns and cities that have taken this on. Berlin, when it reversed its decision to privatize its water, became a blue community, and they've got wonderful projects with young people and education and working with migrants and homeless people and their human right to water. Los Angeles has become a blue community. It really is spreading. And now we have labor organizations, and we have universities, and we have faith-based groups saying, I want to turn blue too. And this is not just a commitment to care for water, but to care for water as a public trust and a human right, as our commons. If we don't get this right, and it's really important, Martin Luther King said, legislation may not change the heart, but it will restrain the heartless. If we don't get this right, we will build policies based on the privatization of nature, based on the commodification of water. And this is a surefire way to ensure that we never have the human right to water. We can do this. We got into this problem by, ourselves, and we can find our way out. But the values underlying it and underlying the policies that we are demanding our governments make are extraordinarily important. Thanks so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Maude, for that really broad and in-depth analysis of our situation with water, and also distinctly pointing out the difference between the climate crisis and the water crisis. I think that was really valuable for all of us to hear, that this water crisis has been ongoing and will continue to be ongoing, and it is a distinct fight, and all the different areas that you pointed out. And just to highlight that, in our call to action, we did specifically talk about the issue of the privatization of water and how dangerous that is. And you also, I know we don't have time for it right now, have taught many of us also about a lot of the trade deals that are going on and the financing. So just again, thank you for the incredible work you've been doing for years, and your Blue Planet project and so much more. Really, really honored to have you with us. And with that, I will hand the floor to Vassar Seidel. Vassar, please join us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I good to go?
Yes, everything's good to go. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I'm just honored to be in the company of all these amazing speakers and all these amazing women throughout this amazing WECAN conference throughout these couple of days. And I am really honored to be here talking about an issue that's near and dear to my heart, amongst so many other really important issues and really important speakers. So hi, everyone. My name is Vassar Seidel. I am the campaign director at the Oxygen Project. The Oxygen Project is a digital media nonprofit focused on raising environmental literacy, driving collective action, and running impact campaigns on underrepresented issues. So as Osprey was saying in her introduction, the ocean is really a main reason why we don't have runaway climate change today. It's sequestering a ton of our carbon, and it's consistently absorbing the planet's rising heat. And as a result, we're already seeing the ocean's health decline, increased acidification, ocean deoxygenation, mass biodiversity loss, and so many more issues that are affecting the whole planet and people and biodiversity. And despite scientists sounding the alarm, there's a new destructive global industry that's very much on the horizon. And so for those who don't know, deep seabed mining is the process of extracting deposits from the deep sea, the area of the ocean below 200 meters, or you can generally think just beyond national areas of jurisdiction. So also are called our global commons. So some fun facts that most people don't know: the deep sea is the biggest habitat on the planet. It's believed to have the highest biodiversity on Earth, and it provides critical environmental services, including long-term carbon sequestration. And we also know so little about this ecosystem. Over 99% of the seabed is unexplored, and we know more about the moon and Mars than we do about the deep sea. And so as we know, there's so much unknown about the deep sea, but what we do know is that these ancient ecosystems are extremely fragile and extremely vulnerable to any human disturbance. It has taken them millions of years to form. And just to put this as an example, there's something called a polymetallic nodule, which is actually something that mining companies want to mine out of the ocean, and which is hugely problematic, because although they look like rocks and they're just like a little potato sized, they're actually entire ecosystems in and of themselves. They are hugely important in balancing trace metals, and also fixing and storing carbon in the seafloor. And these little guys have taken about 13 million years to form. So once they're taken out, there's no replacing them. And that's just one example of the various different life forms and various different ecosystems that exist in the deep sea. So deep seabed mining will permanently destroy these fragile ecosystems before scientists get a chance to fully understand them. It threatens mass biodiversity loss. It jeopardizes vulnerable frontline communities, and it also risks exacerbating the climate crisis. So a recent report found that bottom trawling releases as much carbon as the entire airline industry. So just think about, if you are mining the deep sea, how much carbon that will release. And also finding found in Fauna and Flora International's reports on risks and assessments of deep sea mining, they concluded that climate change implications as the ocean's ability to cycle carbon is reduced as a high risk of deep seabed mining impacts. So why is this happening right now? And who's kind of overseeing it? Like, who is really allowing this to happen? And there's this body called the International Seabed Authority, the ISA for short. It controls over 50% of the entire Earth's surface, which is the deep sea. The ISA was created under the UN Law of the Sea Treaty, and it operates autonomously. Unfortunately, the ISA has a dual mandate to both be the steward and the profiteer of the deep sea, and this poses a conflict of interest. So it's really a question of the ISA being fit for purpose or not. They make decisions behind closed doors with about 30 people sitting on that committee when there's 167 countries within the ISA. And currently they're under negotiations and trying to rush and pass the exploitation regulations. These regulations have little to no environmental regulations in them because there's little to no baseline data on the deep sea and science. And something else, not to get too into the policy side, because I'm trying to keep this quick, but a deep sea mining company called the Metals Co. pulled something called the 2-year trigger, which is a loophole in the regulations, and basically is forcing the ISA to either pass exploitation regulations in a 2-year period of time. Otherwise, this company can go ahead and mine the deep sea without any regulations in place. So it was definitely a inappropriate use of pulling the 2-year trigger and the loophole rule, but there's one thing that can stop it, and that is a moratorium on deep seabed mining. And just to show everyone really the thought leadership behind the ISA, the Secretary General, Michael Lodge, said himself, and I quote, "Once you have mining, you have monitoring. Then you can develop standards and you can progressively tighten those standards once you have a feedback loop for monitoring your own activity." So as many people know, mining needs regulations, especially environmental regulations, before you allow mining practices to happen. Otherwise, you end up with environmental catastrophes. So a moratorium on deep seabed mining is necessary to assess if the ISA is fit for purpose, to ensure the protection of the common heritage of mankind, and to ensure the ISA's decision-making processes are inclusive, transparent, accountable, and adequately account for intergenerational equity. So some good news is that I was just in Marseille for IUCN, working on 2 different motions there, but one of them was motion 069, and it passed in the IUCN for a moratorium on deep seabed mining. So this really shows that there isn't a global appetite for deep sea mining, and it reinforces that rushing to mine the deep sea and gambling with our life support system is a short-sighted, unjustified, and unacceptable threat to the ocean and the present and future generations that depend on it. So just to answer a question that many people might be asking or wondering, who haven't heard of deep seabed mining yet, what are they mining for? Why are they trying to do it so fast? And the answer is they are largely trying to mine for rare earth minerals that can be found in your technology, like your phone or your computer, however you're tuning in today. And deep seabed mining companies are claiming and trying to greenlight this process by claiming that they're necessary to fuel the renewable energy future and revolution. However, it's an oxymoron for these companies to justify deep seabed mining as a climate solution when it creates permanent damage to one of the planet's largest carbon sinks. So pro-mining interests also say, well, then it's either deep seabed mining or terrestrial mining. This argument is also a false dichotomy. Deep seabed mining is simply an extension of already harmful mining practices on land. And not only that, but there is a huge or. It's not just mining or mining. It's also, we have alternatives today. We have alternatives in the pipeline, and we have technology that can recycle metals, and we have to scale those and create a circular economy. So just to give you guys a few examples, Tesla announced their lithium sulfur battery. That's no cobalt, no nickel, no manganese. JB Straubel, co-founder of Tesla, who is an industry titan, launched his startup metals recycling company called Redwood Materials. Hydrogen fuel cells have come a really long way. There's also new methods to harvest lithium out of the water column that requires no mining. And there's a metal-free battery in stealth mode that's 2 times more efficient than anything on the market that has no metals in it. So this is just a few to throw at you guys today, and there's so many more. And also something that's super exciting, and I'm glad I can tell you guys about this, is an article from The Guardian, was just released today, titled "False Choice, Is Deep Sea Mining Required for an Electric Vehicle Revolution?" So once I get done, I'll put this in the chat for you guys. So we are really at this time faced with a really important question. In 2021, are we going to invest in a new extractive and destructive industry and continue on this trajectory of planetary decline? Or do we protect the remaining pristine ecosystems and invest and scale a circular economy and truly sustainable and regenerative solutions? So the Oxygen Project is a proud member of the Deep Sea Conservation Coalition, an alliance of over 100 international NGOs and environmental organizations banding together to defend the deep. So you can take action today. We have an open letter with the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. It is open for a little bit longer, so please go sign it today if you want to have your voice heard and you want to take action on this issue. You can find that at theoxygenproject.com/deep sea mining. And you can also follow us on socials to track the journey of an evolution of this issue. And if you have any influence in or a connection to corporations, you can join Google, BMW, Samsung, Volvo, and Philips and more in the call for a moratorium at www.noseabedmining.org. And for more information on this topic, I will throw some things in the chat for you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll leave you with one of my favorite quotes from someone who might have a little bit more credibility than me. His name is Sir David Attenborough, and he said, "The fate of the deep sea and the fate of our planet are intimately intertwined. That we should be considering the destruction of these places and the multitude of species they support before we have even understood them and the role they play in the health of our planet is beyond reason." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vassar, for that really important presentation and your hard work. And we really wanted to have Vassar, excuse me, just getting a message here. Sorry. Thank you, Vassar, for that great presentation. And I really wanted to have Vassar join this panel because I think the issue of ocean mining has not been in top line news and has not been made really available to civil society and to organizers who are working on water issues. So thank you for your advocacy there, and for all of us to realize that the mining and extractive economy and the idea of continuing to exploit our precious planet at this point, both land and on water, is essential for us to be aware of and add into our strategies. So thank you very much for the work you're doing, and we will continue to be in communication with you. With that, I would like to bring Keisha into the conversation. So much thanks to you, Keisha, for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. We can hear you and see everything perfectly.
Thank you. So again, everyone, and thank you for having me here. Honored to be with this amazing community of women. So I'm Keisha Moanya, and I hope all of you are well and safe. I'm here to share a bit of my story as someone coming from an archipelago facing the worst impacts of climate and ocean emergency. So to give you a glimpse, I'm going to my next slide. Wait. Okay, here. So to give you a glimpse about the Philippines, globally we are known as a tourist destination because of our amazing life underwater, biodiversity richness for research opportunities, and of course our ocean really have a huge contribution with nature-based tourism, and of course yung economic development, especially with agriculture and fisheries. So we are a major diving destination with a lot of marine biodiversity hotspots, and a lot of divers from different parts of the world go here just to dive. So who among you here have tried scuba diving or free diving? So if we have climate emergency, we also have ocean emergency. So we have, but the problem right now is majority doesn't feel that sense of urgency because it's not visible in the eyes of many. Not all have seen what it looks like underwater, and same scenario with our global leaders. They're not fully aware and conscious of the realities on the ground and underwater. So again, I came from an ocean thriving country with agriculture and fisheries as the main source of livelihood and a major contributor to our GDP. So we are also the center of marine biodiversity, as you can see here in the slide. So as a climate vulnerable country, now we are experiencing stronger typhoons, sea level rise, coral bleaching, and many more. So last year we had 3 strong typhoons for 3 consecutive weeks. Thousands of families lost their homes, some people died, and our agricultural and fishery sector were badly affected even until now. And of course, still we struggle to fight for climate justice because we are the most dangerous country for environmental defenders in Asia. So yeah, it's very challenging to be an activist in our state right now. And most of the time, young people here will receive death threats and also be vulnerable to red tagging. And sometimes if we fight, we will be labeled as terrorists and such. So right now, activism gained a negative connotation. When we say activism, it means violence, but activism really is taking action in any form. It can be through research, can be through community building, through writing policies, environmental journalism, and many more. So we are suffering right now with the worst impacts of the climate crisis, especially that we are an archipelago and composed of islands and coastal communities. So we are facing a climate emergency for many years now, not just here in the Philippines, but different parts of the world also. And this climate crisis has been threatening our livelihoods and survival. So more urgent, however, is the fact that these weather patterns frequently jeopardize the welfare of communities in high-risk areas such as coastal communities. So as a climate vulnerable country, we should be telling our stories and struggles to the global spaces and discussion. We should relay the sense of urgency to our global leaders to take immediate action, and the Philippines may not be a major contributor to carbon emissions, but we are badly affected. We have to level up our calls and concerns, and we hope that other countries in Southeast Asia or other developing countries around the world experiencing the same challenges will also speak up and join forces with us. So one of the biggest threats by the climate crisis to island communities like ours is sea level rise. So a study conducted by Greenpeace this year gives a clear context and evidence on the projected economic impact of extreme sea level rise in 7 Asian countries in 2030, and the Philippines is included here. You can, I can send you the link later on. So from climate change and plastic pollution to mining and overfishing, the threats facing our oceans get more urgent every day. And scientists have a new rescue plan for our oceans, and that is to create a global network of ocean sanctuaries that will put millions of square kilometers off limits to destructive industries like the big commercial fishing corporations and wildlife trading corporations. But to make that happen, governments must agree a strong global ocean treaty at the United Nations. And to do that, we need as many people as possible to show these decision makers why ocean protection matters. And if you want to support this cause, you can go to our website at Greenpeace and search for the hashtag Protect the Ocean campaign. You can also amplify this call in your own organization and networks. And together, let's shout louder, make our calls clearer, and for climate action, climate justice, and ocean protection. You can also check out the latest IPCC report. I think it's pretty clear there that with solid evidence that the status of the ocean is alarming enough for the global leaders to double time and double the action. So last COP25 was supposed to be a blue COP, but it failed. I want to highlight that there can be no action for climate change and limits its impacts without looking at the ocean as a whole and its function in the climate system especially, and with the health of the ecosystems, its relationship to coastal communities, and the economic activities that take place around it. So let's work strategically and collectively, and we should look at intergenerational approaches and especially inclusive spaces, engaging the vulnerable and underrepresented sectors, and especially the youth. So let's spark that conversation and surface our calls for the blue agenda to be on top of the priorities for the coming COP26. And thank you so much, and action starts here.
Thank you so much for that great presentation, Keisha, and all the work that you have been doing for so long on this effort. And I think that what's really important is from this panel takeaway is how important oceans are, fresh water, and the fact that we are in a water crisis as much as a climate crisis. And I thank you all for your expertise. All of these incredible presentations on water have been very, very valuable. As I started the dialogue for this panel, there really isn't a conversation about the climate crisis without talking about water. And you've all presented us with many things to think about, to learn about, to get engaged in, and roll up our sleeves in this advocacy work around water. And we've been putting all of the links into the chat for people to follow up with all of these leaders and the work that they're doing. So with that, I bid you adieu, and thank you so much for taking time with us today as we move into our next panel. Thank you, everyone, very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I'm really excited to, it was really great that Keisha mentioned at the end the youth, because it's a great segue to our next panel, which I'm very, very excited about. I want to welcome this amazing group of leaders who are presenting on the panel On Fire, Youth Activists Leading the Way. Thank you all for your really important work. We know the youth have been screaming at the top of their lungs, as they should be, for years, and mobilizing in the millions around the world and really driving a powerful climate justice agenda with their very lives at stake. Youth activists are on fire for the past many years. From all over the world, they've been rising to demand a healthy and just future for their generation and generations to come. And we're really honored to have you here for this assembly. This panel is going to be moderated with comments by my dear friend and ally and sister, who's a truly incredible force of nature herself, Neria Elisa Garcia. Neria is a Chicana from Mexico. She is a UN Young Champion of the Earth 2020 and an organizer for Run for Salmon Prayer, amongst many other leadership roles. Neria, if you would please take the floor. We're really honored to have you here. Thank you.
Oh, Ometeo Tlazokamati, Kualitonali, everybody. It is, yes, I see some of my good sisters from the ocean in the chat. Yes, like my dear auntie sister Osprey, I mentioned, my name is Nidia Alicia. I'm Chicana Indígena, born and raised on Tequelma territory. Have had the honor of leading so much work with my comrades from all over the world, demanding climate justice at the international level, and locally have been working to uplift this beautiful prayer for salmon, which is the Run for Salmon prayer journey that really, really just invites everybody to connect with the sacredness and importance of protecting our waters in the midst of mass extinction and climate change. So it is a great honor that I have to be moderating this next group of powerhouse mujeres from all over the world who've been leading work in their own communities. I wanna, before we get started, I know you all have been here listening to the immense power, but also the immense grief that our collective family is holding in this moment. And so before we move into hearing from our speakers, I want to invite everybody to just take a moment. If you've been sitting in front of your computer, maybe get up and go get yourself a nice cup of water. If you haven't had any water today, coffee doesn't always count. So just take a moment to settle yourselves so we can fully be present to who we will be listening to for today. And I am going to just light some lavender smoke for us to just kind of, you know, ease whatever grief we may be holding. And just whatever hardships you might be going through in this moment, so that we can really be present to all the inspiring energy that our sisters are going to be sharing with us. So I hope you have your cup of water, because it is my greatest honor to present our speakers for today. We're gonna be listening from 4 amazing climate justice activist, organizer, powerhouse women. We do have a hard stop at 50 after the hour. So just so that you all know that we will be transitioning to our amazing performer, Kathy, who's gonna grace us with her magic. But it is my greatest honor to introduce Rosario Diaz Garavito, who's gonna be joining us from Peru today. Rosario is the founder and CEO of the Millennials Movement. Thank you, Rosario, for joining us from Peru. After Rosario, we're going to be listening from our dear sister coming to us live from Aotearoa, New Zealand, Brianna Fruin, who's a Samoan climate change activist who organizes with the Pacific Climate Warriors. Thank you for tuning in live from the middle of the ocean. Then after that, we're going to be listening from my dear sister, Ruth Miller, who actually joined us on the Run for Salmon prayer journey, coming at us from Alaska, but I think she's calling in from the pre-COP in Italy right now. And Ruth Shivakson Miller is from the Kurian tribe of the Dena'ina Athabascan. She's the Climate Justice Director of Native Movement. And after that, we're going to be listening from our dear sister, Mitzi Janelle Tan, who's a convener and international speaker for the Youth Advocates for Climate Action in the Philippines. So we are going to be listening to amazing people who are at the forefront of protecting our waters and are also experiencing and witnessing climate change at a massive, massive rate, coming from island nations and coming from Alaska. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to you, Rosario.
Thank you very much, Neria, and thank you everyone that is connecting. I'm very honored to be here and share with these amazing young women about the work we are doing, but also about our context, about what is going on in our ends, what is happening in our side of the world regarding climate change and the crisis that we are facing right now and environmental justice. My name is Rosario Diaz Garavito. I'm from Peru, and I've been working on the sustainable development arena since 7 or 8 years. Since I was very young, I started as a youth advocate, and the different things that I have seen are really could really shape my personality, my character, and the persona who I am, because definitely our region is struggling for many or per different kind of crises. Just a little bit of context. The Latin American and the Caribbean region is the most violent region in the world and the most unequal one. We are the most dangerous region, and actually death dangerous region for environmental defenders around the world. And that is not necessarily something that should characterize us. Even though there are different efforts, even though we are standardizing perhaps our messages and our conversations with youths from across the world, definitely in our region, we have to struggle with different crises at the same time. And that is something that it really makes of resilience one of our main values and our main I don't know if I should call it a skill or life skill, but it's something that now we have to live with, because we want a better place. Something that is related to this as well is that young people in this context really suffer. I've been asked many times, oh, so where is the Latin American or the Caribbean Greta Thunberg? And I said, like, well, perhaps we had one, but this person died because most of the environmental defenders are exposed to these kind of situations, are exposed only for helping their parents, only for protesting, and mostly they come from indigenous communities and from the communities that are protecting our ecosystems in the Amazon and so on. They are the ones that are most exposed to different kind of activities and different kind of violence. And we are not talking just about adults, we are talking also about kids. Many kids in our region have been left without parents because they have been killed for defending their source of lives, for defending their ecosystem, for defending their water, for defending their lives. So definitely when we talk about climate justice and when we talk about access to justice as well, whenever these kind of things happen, I think then young people is key in order to mobilize other voices and mobilize empathy for our peers, for the people who's living in our region and in our world, in order to move forward actions that protect them, that protect our environment and protect their human rights. Something that perhaps or one of the instruments that is really important at this moment in my region is the Escazú Agreement. This is the first regional agreement that we have in the Latin American and Caribbean region related or environmental agreement. And it's the only one in the world that talks about the human rights of environmental defenders. So far, we have 11 countries who have ratified the agreement. So now the agreement can start can start moving forward. But the thing is that in the Latin American and Caribbean region, we are 33 countries. That means that this agreement is going to be effective only in the 11 countries that have ratified it. But what about the countries with the most, or the countries that have the most hardest situations in the region with environmental defenders? If they haven't ratified the agreement, then we cannot move forward to take actions to protect them, to allow spaces for civil society and young people to access to environmental information and denounce what's happening and engage on these processes and take the responsible people to the justice system so they can be prosecuted and we can protect our people and our environment. So definitely it's something that it's in our region is really changing. From the Millennials Movement, we have been doing different kinds of advocacy. We also focus on the 2030 agenda as a whole, but we work promoting citizen engagement. We have been working a lot with ECLAC, that is our Regional Economic Commission for the Latin American and Caribbean region, in order to engage more young people and educate them so they know that we have some tools, that we have some norms, that we have some agreements, and also that there is the importance of protecting our planet and our ecosystems is something that needs to be prioritized whenever we deliver different actions, whenever we demand different things to our governments. And definitely this is moving forward. We have been working with different young people, but again, every single, I will say, even during the pandemic, every single month we will hear something related to the damage that some people and some industries are doing to our ecosystem. And the most preoccupying thing is that at the same time, whenever we really need to worry because of this, we're also worrying for other sort of crises. The violence, sanitary crisis, going to school, what are we going to eat tomorrow? We don't have anything of that ensured in our region. And on top of that, we have the climate crisis that is coming. It is going to come after us, and it's going to displace people from their communities. It's going to take them out. And so definitely, I think whenever we talk about young people taking action, whenever we talk climate justice, it really requires, again, empathy from the youths across the world, but also the youth in our territories with with those that are very close to the problem. I mean, we are also engaged in this. We're also being affected. But then these communities really are having a hard time. And this is not just about them somehow being limited on some stuff or here or there. No, they are actually losing their lives for the planet and for the environment that is supposed to benefit all of us. So here is the thing, you know, here we really need to work on the recognition on why is this environment important, but how we can protect the ones that are protecting it. Then if we keep talking about climate justice, then we also need to think about that many of the young people that is being affected by climate change in our region, it's gonna have to it's gonna be impacted even more in the future years, and even the generations that at this time are the ones that are taking the decisions, they are also going to be impacted by the effects of climate change if we don't take action. Because the younger generations, the present and the future ones, we are not going to have a planet to grow and to integrate in the society in a way that we can protect our elderly whenever their time comes to be an elderly. Because we are not going to have water, we are not going to have food, we are not going to have a clean air, and the people who's taking all the decisions are going to be the ones impacted. So definitely we really are working in the Latin American and Caribbean region with different stakeholders in order to move forward the climate justice agenda, but mostly, or putting on the center of this, the people that really needs our help, going with empathy and also taking actions with taking action in our communities and demanding our decision makers to move forward with different instruments, with different concrete actions such as a ratification of the Escazú Agreement, but also the possibility for young people and older generations to have a say on these decisions, because they are actually impacting our present, but then also are impacting our future, and is determining already how we are gonna grow and develop and what are our future in our plans in our future. So definitely, this is kind of the broader context of what is going on in the Latin American and Caribbean region, and I will really, I'm really thankful for being here and being able to share these things with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosario, for sharing so vulnerably with us today. One thing that I'm really holding on to from what you're saying is, how can we protect the people who are protecting Mother Earth? That is such a powerful, powerful question. And so thank you and everybody at Millennials Movement for all the work that you do to ensure that we're protecting our land defenders and our water protectors. If folks have any questions for Rosario, please take a moment to write them down while they're fresh. We're going to be having a really spacious Q&A. So also feel free to drop them in the chat, and we can have them hopefully answered towards the end of our time. Again, Catherine has dropped in the chat where you can learn more about Rosario's work in Peru, and also where you can follow her on social media. Thank you so much, Rosario. Whew. And now we're going to travel all the way to the middle of Mama Ocean, where our dear relative Brianna Fruin is calling in from. Brianna, you have the floor.
Oh, Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much to my Uso Rosario. Uso means sister. I'm also aware of the interpreters, and I always try and stay away from speaking Samoan like the interpreters know what I'm saying. So talofa lava, that means hello. It is an honor to be here and to be in this space with you all, and I guess bring stories from my region and from my home. So I'm currently in Aotearoa, New Zealand, but I'm from the Pacific Ocean, from an island called Samoa. And I've been reflecting a lot on the climate conversation, especially recently with Climate Week being last week, with a lot of the youth pre-COPs happening in the past couple of weeks, and just all the lead up to the most recent COP. I think there's been a lot of conversation about how do we exist within this crisis. And I've been really intentional in trying my best not to be desensitized by the words. And the way I've been trying to do this is by remembering story. So I'd love to share with you all a story from home that I've been trying to keep in mind. This was around a few years ago. It was the last cyclone I went through. And there's so many cyclones back home in Samoa that I actually forget the names of them, but I think this might have been Cyclone Gita. And the town that we live around, our capital, Apia, it was all flooded. And me and my mom, we drove into town just to check on things, how everyone was doing, because we had friends who lived in that area. And one of the shops in the village had opened. It was the first shop to open, and they started baking bread again, and the bakery was going. And so all of the people from the village were going to buy food from this one shop that had opened. But a scene that stuck out to me were these two little girls who were very small. They must have been below the age of 10. And they were walking back from getting their bread, and they had their 2 loaves of bread on top of their head, because they were walking in floods that were up to their waist. And they were smiling and they were laughing. And me and my mom asked them, what are you doing? Like, what are you up to? And they replied, Oi, o mea masangi, which means just the usual. And so thinking about that story and how this was the norm for these girls, right? Trying to get to the bread shop to buy bread, walking home with the bread on top of their head so it doesn't get wet. And seeing those resilient smiles, seeing how they still found happiness in that new norm. And I think about those girls because they deserve better, even though they don't know they deserve better, because they're happy with what they have. And those are the stories of resilience that we have in our frontline communities. And I'm sure Rosario has heaps of stories like that as well from her frontline community. And it really instilled in me this quote that one of my elders told me, which was, it shouldn't just be images of dread and of crying and of anger that push us to action, that stories of hope and resilience should also be pushing us to action. And so that's what I'd love to start and open this space and share with you all. And even though it is our young girls and our young boys and our youth who led the front line of the climate crisis, being from small islands, we're still also at the front line of this resilience, and we still have to do this work despite constantly living in this state of adaptation. Last week, we had an online gathering similar to this one. It was virtual, and we got to connect with young Pacific people around the world who weren't able to make it to the COP spaces, but were able to gather virtually on a Youth for Pacific gathering. And we got to have conversations around resilience and adaptation, one of which I was able to facilitate. And there were so many powerful things that came out of that conversation of young people who live on the front lines in the islands that I would love to share. One of them was how everyone had a consensus on the fact that traditional knowledge needs to be recognized as climate science. And so all of them mentioned their adaptation projects and their resilience projects in their villages that they had run. And they said that none of them would be able to move without traditional knowledge. And so it doesn't matter what aid or what overseas NGOs, IGOs come over to Samoa, to the islands to do, if the village leaders, if our traditional leaders and that knowledge of that land is not included, those projects don't work. But yet within our climate policies, the language around traditional knowledge is so weak, if any. And so that was something that we really wanted to mention and to honor and to hopefully push when going into this upcoming COP is that Indigenous people need to be at the forefront, as we've heard already, that we are the ones protecting the land, therefore we know how to adapt and how to be resilient with it. We also mentioned that traditional knowledge holders need to be recognized as climate experts, that we've gone past this time that white climate scientists are the ones that hold all the solutions. We have solutions too, and that needs to be honored. And then something that we also found very important when talking about climate resilience and climate adaptation is that climate-induced migration is not an adaptation option we're willing to take. And so there's always this talk of worst case scenario for the Pacific Islands, that they can move to New Zealand or move to Australia. An Australian politician actually once said that Pacific Islanders will be fine because they can come to Australia and pick our fruit. And for us, not only was that very insulting, but we don't even want to discuss that at this point, moving, because we want to keep our land. And so there's so many young people, and I'm just one of thousands in the Pacific who share these sentiments and these passions. And it is really our young people and young women who exist in this constant state of adaptation. But that also means we're trying to exist in this constant state of being both warrior and healer, because we need both right now, that are vital in this movement and that I feel like need to be upheld, and whose stories need to be brought into spaces like this so that they're honored and they're brought forward. And I began with a story, and I guess I'll leave you all with a proverb or a little story from another part of where I'm from, Tokelau. So Tokelau is another small Polynesian island. And in Tokelau, the canoe is very important. So that's how we get around to different atolls, our canoes. And there's a special structure of the canoe that makes it powerful, because at the back of the canoe lies the elder. And so they're seen as the uluhina, or the gray-haired person. And they're the steerers of the canoe. So they make sure that we're going in the right direction. But at the front of the canoe is our young people. And they're the ones who power the canoe because they have the passion and the fire. And so that intergenerational connection is what we really need in this time, and what I believe will push us forward in this global collective and in this global canoe. Thank you very much.
Wow. I'm like trying so hard not to cry right now. Thank you so much. That was such a beautiful, wow, I'm really crying. Yeah, that was such a beautiful closing story, sis, of just seeing how much our world needs that relationship to deepen and grow between us as young people and our elders that are full of so much wisdom and so much insight, and us that are full of so much fire and power and passion. So I am taking away just like what you're sharing about how important it is for us to be warriors and healers in this time, and also how important it is for us to honor our grief and recognize those stories of struggle, but also not forget or invisibilize our stories of resilience and strength. So thank you so much. And with that, I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Ruth, who I think is calling in from Italy, but hails from Alaska. Ruth, you have the floor.
Yaxlidu everyone, Shabak Isanj Ijij Uden Inakanagashif Unkanash, Chakayangas Ninish Itich Uj Desnaka, Heather Kendall Miller, Shintach, Lloyd Miller, Stuptach, Chikanikali Kidiki, Yetelahan Bagut Yaxli at Sete, Chakayakaksuku Yastuda. Hey everyone, my English name is Ruth Miller, my Dene Ina name is Shabak Isan. And today I am calling in from Milan, Italy, where I'm attending a pre-COP event, the Youth for Climate Summit. But my traditional homelands, the lands that raised me and my ancestors, are Dechayekak, Anchorage, Alaska. My family is Dene'ina and Ashkenazi Jewish from the Lake Clark area, Kijnevenna. And I'm so honored to be speaking with all of you, and especially to hear from Rosario and Brianna today. It's been a long day, I'll admit, and I'm still quite a bit jet lagged. But I cannot be more thrilled and more humbled to be surrounded and encompassed and held by these activated youth. These conversations that are so deeply driving our dialogue here in our webinar and here in person in Milan. It is really remarkable to understand the depth and the breadth of the climate leadership that our youth are taking up today. But particularly when we have opportunities like this and see in action deep centering of the global south and marginalized communities, folks from vulnerable and, well, not vulnerable, targeted communities, coming together to form policy, to share expertise, and to elevate one another as climate justice leaders, climate scientists, climate innovators. We begin to see much, much more ambitious solutions driven than anything in the global decision makers scale. And so here at this conference this week, we'll be working with a little under 400 youth representing 170 plus countries to draft policy recommendations for the high levels of COP. And we have a very strong Pacifica contingency here for sure. So y'all are represented good. However, today was our first meeting, and I was not surprised to not only be the only Indigenous woman from North America, but also the only Indigenous person, the only person from the Arctic and the circumpolar North. And that is, it's a blessing and a privilege to be here, and it's also a great burden. Our Arctic is a vastly and quickly changing landscape. We're experiencing the climate crisis at 4 times the rate as the rest of the globe due to a phenomenon called Arctic amplification. So we are already seeing 30 years into the future of what not having sea ice looks like, what our salmon dying in our streams of heat stroke looks like. We are seeing what respiratory illness and infertility and birth defects in our community members that are close to development projects looks like. We're seeing melting permafrost. We're seeing eroding coastlines and riverbeds. And we are understanding the crucial need for our Indigenous knowledges more than ever to be elevated as climate solutions. For us, Indigenous people who have lived with the land, who have loved the land for 30,000 plus years, know the land better than anyone else. And so to develop our Indigenous technologies in close collaboration with our non-human relatives, to grow our languages from the lands and waters and plant and animal relatives themselves, we are the conduits for what real adaptation looks like. But I mean adaptation in a way that centers our resiliency and our connection to spirit. I do not mean adaptation in a way that mitigates the harms that have been caused, that writes off responsibility to the developed nations that are at fault for the climate chaos we're experiencing now. And as I was reminded, actually just this morning by Greta Thunberg, who's also joined us here today, we can't confront the climate crisis without understanding its roots. And so understanding historical responsibility and the way that there are some things we must adapt to and other things that we cannot tolerate adaptation to is so crucial in this dialogue. So I'm so humbled to be here with folks from the Global South, folks from island nations, and representing the Arctic, to remind as well representatives from the nations who are to be held accountable for the industrialized process that has led us here, that we also must work together towards the healing and the ideology growth that will lead us towards real climate solutions. Because we cannot adapt to lost cultures, we cannot adapt to lost traditions and lost languages. And so now is certainly the time to be ambitious, and we're seeing youth leading the way. I think furthermore, one aspect that I've been reflecting on a lot today is that I'm so grateful to come from a place that has grown in me a deep relationship with the land. Just before coming here, where I'm wearing, slacks and heels, I was processing in Denegi, I was processing a moose hide in my garage. We tan the hide, we smoke the hide, and we make our regalia from it. And it's a process that takes days and days, super labor intensive, but to be with our traditions, to be with my culture before coming to a colonial space like this, where we're expected to speak proper English and dress up fancy. It reminds me of my intergenerational tie to my homelands and what brings me here and what encourages me to do this work, because it reminds me of all that we are each fighting to preserve. I wish that we as youth had the opportunities and the privilege to just be young people, but instead we are being both warriors and healers. Instead, we are charged with this responsibility to our future ancestors, to our future descendants, to heal this world that will hopefully welcome them one day. Something that really drives my tie to climate justice work as an Indigenous woman, I mean, particularly because I don't identify as an environmentalist. Being Indigenous means taking care of the land. I don't know what an environmentalist is, because it's so ingrained in our bloodlines. It's so ingrained in our genetics and our relationship to the stars, taking care of our lands. It reminds me of my first day doing climate justice work, which as well as a story. I think I was about 15 years old, my first day of work. I went to go work with a dear auntie, now friend of mine, at United Tribes of Bristol Bay, representing the 13 regional tribes of Bristol Bay, an area in Western Alaska. We were organizing against the construction of the Pebble Mine, which would have been the largest open pit mine in North America, a really destructive pebble. The pebble deposit would have been extraordinarily destructive, a deposit of copper and gold minerals that would have destroyed the last great salmon fishery in the world, and not only jeopardized 14,000 jobs, but of course sacrificed our traditional cultures that rely on our thika, our salmon, that are our blood, and that are our closest non-human relative. And that first day of work, I was helping fishermen write testimony. I was so nervous, my first real job, but I had to call up my boss and tell her that I couldn't come in because the salmon had hit the net. The salmon run had come in and it was time to go fishing. I had to help the family I was staying with to go fish. And I told her so on the phone, and she said, yeah, go put down the phone and go run, because she understood that the best way to defend our homelands and our watershed is to spend time loving the salmon, learning the salmon, protecting the salmon, but also subsisting with the salmon, knowing what we're sacrificing and knowing what we might potentially lose by processing our fish, smoking it, salting it, and knowing that we will be able to assure food through the winter months. And so I always think of that first day of fishing as my first day of climate justice advocacy. And so now coming to a space like this where I'm calling you from today, those stories are more important than ever, because so many people here, even youth, have had the opportunity to advocate for climate justice as an interest or as a passion or as a hobby. Whereas for many of us on the front lines of the climate crisis, it's a generational imperative but it is also an issue of survival for our cultures. And so, you know, as much as we laud our youth for being leaders, it is true that we also carry such a heavy burden. And we have stepped into our role as caretakers and tenders and healers so early. But similarly to Brianna, a reminder from my elders always really rings true. You know, our elders and our youth are the most precious to our cultures because they're the closest to creation. And so when we think about elevating our youth into leadership, you know, to be Indigenous means to be part of a continuum, and we are never alone. We are just the present iteration of all of our ancestors' prayers, and we are just the present moment of all of the hope and thriving that will come from our descendants. And so with that, I'd love to share some more thoughts with each of you, and I'm so honored to speak with you today. JETNIL-KIJINER.
Oh, Meteo, yes. Let's see. All right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was not on mute. Yes, bring us home, Ruth, with that awesome quote of "We are the present iteration of our ancestors." Yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much for speaking so beautifully of everything you had to share. I guess since we're in a little bit of a storytelling moment, I'm just rolling right off of what you're sharing, sis Brianna, about the canoe, and then just weaving that in with like also what you shared, Rosario, about how like, you know, what are we doing to protect the people who are standing up for Mother Earth, and just right what you shared, sis Ruth, about our, you know, future generations and how being Indigenous means that we are a part of a continuum, right? I traveled back to this year on the Run for Salmon journey, where Ruth had the honor of joining us. And Ruth, you weren't there, but on the canoe section, so the Run for Salmon journey is a 300-mile prayer journey, and it's led by Chief Kaleen Sisk and the Winnemem Wintu tribe. And those of us from other nations also come and join this prayer, because as Indigenous people living away from our own homelands, it is also our responsibility to stand and protect Mother Earth wherever it is that we are. And so it's 300 miles, and a section of that on Winnemem Wintu Terry, we're canoeing, right? We have children as young as 4 and elders as young as the 60s, 70s, just getting on these little dugout canoes, traditional dugout canoes, and just putting down those prayers on that lake. And Chief Kaleen tells us that it's important for us when we're out there to literally visualize that every paddle is like the tail of the salmon that we're calling back, that, you know, every paddle is a vibration that is going to be carried by the water to let our salmon relatives know that we are here and we are doing everything we can to restore them back to their sacred place in the web of life. And I'm just reminded of the moment where there was, we were also surrounded by wildfires here in the West Coast. You know, we're experiencing drought as well as wildfires. Last year, my hometown was burnt down. We lost 3,000 structures due to wildfire. So that's also a reality. And in the middle of this journey, hazardous smoke air quality had swept through. And we were like, oh my gosh, like this is impacting our prayer. Because how are we going to put elders and children out paddling in the smoke, right? You know, 30% of what you breathe in stays in your lungs. And but we prayed about it, and the children wanted to go. I'm thinking about Netchai and Maya. They were like, we want to paddle today. And so there we were, you know, like just like, okay, the children said we're paddling today. We're putting down this prayer. And so I just remember being like, yes, these are our reborn elders who are coming back to lead us. You know, it was like, those of us that are older, you know, I'm still young, but, you know, I'm older than the children. We're like, wow, I mean, I just remember that moment totally seeing Netchai as like, you know, being 8 years old, seeing the old man in him that was like, we're putting down this prayer. And so we put an N95 mask on him and sent him down, sang him off the deck. And there he went paddling because he wanted to put those prayers down for Mother Earth. He wanted to know, he wanted to let the salmon know that that he wants them back and that his generation wants them back. So I'm so moved by what you shared, Brianna, about how like, yes, let's talk about how horrible that is, right? We could just focus on like, oh, this is horrible. Like we have to put N95 masks on our children, but also that is power, right? That's our young elders coming back and saying, we're getting on that traditional canoe and we are going. So yeah, I just wanted to share that story that has definitely fed my hope, right? Despite the incredible amount of hopelessness that some of us may feel, there is still hope because our ancestors are sending some really brave and powerful young elders to, you know, just help us keep going when we are paralyzed by fear. So I think we might be showing one video. I am so sad to share that our relative Mitzi is unable to join us today. Again, this is the way that climate change is impacting our ability to even mobilize. It is my understanding that she is out of power. She lost power, not her power, but like, you know, electrical power. So let's just send some prayers to Mitzi and to all of the relatives out in the Philippines right now, just inviting us to send good energy her way. And if somebody could drop the link to, oh, Osprey, did you want to share something?
Go ahead with your link and then I'll jump in. Go ahead with the link.
If someone could please drop a link for where we can follow Mitzi, Janelle Tan, and the work that, there we go. Thank you, Catherine. So you can look at our chat right now and find ways to connect with Mitzi online and learn more about the work that she leads with the Youth Advocates for Climate Action. Okay, I think that with that being said, I wanted to pass it to Osprey and then we can transition to our Q&A.
Great, thank you. We will show a video, but we'll do that at the end, so just to clarify that. First of all, I too am trying not to cry. This is an incredible panel. All of you are amazing leaders, and the strength, the beauty, the vision, the love, the balance of the warriors and healer and all of you. I have a deep bow to all of you. And as many of us older people say, you know, we look to the youth for your leadership as you are discussing, but also it's important to say that this cannot be your burden alone. And so it's that balance of looking to you to say, yes, you are leading us. You are the voice of the future. But I really want to call out to all of us older people, that does not mean we are off the hook with our responsibilities. It means we need to listen to the youth leadership to then act more with every ounce of our being for this generation and the generations to come. So I just really wanted to thank you and to point out a few things. There were so many incredible components of your presentations, but with Rosario, you had mentioned the Escazú agreement. And we had a session yesterday fully for like an hour and a half on the Escazú agreement. And I will reach out to you. We would love to collaborate with your efforts. As you mentioned, in Latin America, it's one of the deadliest regions in the world for land defenders, and we must defend the defenders. And we are also calling in our call to action that governments around the world at COP26, but certainly beyond, COP26 is a moment, a key moment. But our agenda also calls for governments to quit criminalizing land defenders, and especially protecting women land defenders who face extra damage, like it's something that has got to stop, and we need these policies in place to defend the defenders. But, you know, let's stop criminalizing people standing up for their territories, their water and land. And then I wanted to also mention Brianna, and your beautiful call to traditional knowledge is a science. We have seen that 80% of all the biodiversity left on Earth is in indigenous lands and hands. There's a reason for this. Maybe we ought to be listening very carefully, and that traditional knowledge keepers are climate experts. So, you know, just a big shout out, and a refusal to be pushed to adaptation. A refusal. That is not the direction we need to go. So thank you for that. And Ruth, for you being there. I feel you. I've been in those shoes of being at the end of one of those COP preparation days and then going into the COP, and I send you blessings and good energy for the marathon you're on, and for representing your region and standing up for Indigenous rights. We must have Indigenous rights as outlined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples protected during these COP negotiations, and a respect for free, prior, and informed consent. And that's why in our call to action, we are also demanding not just from governments, but for financial institutions to recognize FPIC. And we'll put that in the chat because I don't want to take up space to go into those nuances, but I want people to be aware, and thank you for your efforts and advocacy there. And Naria, to you for just your shining spirit, the Run for Salmon, which you've been doing for years, your award that you won this year for your work. And I know, because I'm in California with Naria, we're out here on the coast, barely breathing from these fires, and she has been on the front line of her community doing absolute miracles to lift up her community and to really stand for, you know, communities of color who have been left out of recovery efforts. And so we need climate justice. We need justice for Black, Brown, Indigenous communities. We cannot go forward without this justice component. And Naria is really leading this movement in her communities to recover from these just horrific fires. So I just want to congratulate all of you. And, you know, we do have time to go back through each of you for more comments. And Naria just sort of cued me to give a question. And I think the question I have for all of you is, you know, a broad question you can answer in any way you wish about, you know, what you wish governments and elected officials were doing differently. What you wish, what would be your biggest demand? I mean, you've offered us hope. So you've done that in spades. I mean, we are glowing from your view and what cherished hope you have brought us. But if you could just select one or two things that are like, you know, we need to do this action now. We need to advocate for this particular action from governments now. What would that be? Thank you so much for your input, and maybe we could just have you, Naria, guide us through your panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Osprey. So wondering who feels moved to answer that question. Just feel free to come right off of mute.
Naria?
Yes, go for it.
Yes, actually, I was thinking what I would like the decision makers to do, and is, I guess they need to stop talking as nicely all the time and start doing something, you know, because we are sitting, hearing and hearing and hearing promises after promises, but nothing is really happening. But most important, but also important, I think, is that there needs, and I wish, I don't know if there will be like a form for them to leave those personal interest or political interest or polarization situations that make them not necessarily advocate for what is the common sense, protecting our planet. Many times, and we have seen here in Peru, but in other countries as well in our region, that just because this side of the politicians are saying, let's protect the planet or let's support indigenous communities. And because they belong to a different political ideology, we oppose to that. That shouldn't be what we need to stop doing that. We need to stop just taking decisions just because it's more convenient for some of our interests. It's about doing the things right. It's about doing the things for everyone. And it's about common sense. I remember I was in class doing my master's degree at Chicago 2 years ago. And I told my professor, I really think that humans are we are overestimating human beings. Yes, of course, we have our thumbs, opposed thumbs, and we can do things, but I don't know any species that is destroying their own environment. That is, I guess I don't think we are the smartest species in the world. So I guess we need to stop overestimating human beings and being more humble, with our earth, with the other species, and with the ecosystem, because that is the way that we can move forward. So I think decision makers can be more humble on that way and take more action. Yeah.
Thank you, Rosario. Yes, we are definitely not the smartest species in the history of life on the planet. If you look at it from a science perspective, we are only 200,000 years old. Salmon are millions of years old. So if you look at it from an indigenous worldview, a lot of us have an understanding that we are the last arrivals. So you can look at it whatever way. We got a lot of humbling to do as a species. Thank you, Rosario. Brianna and Ruth, do you all want to contribute to that question?
Yeah, maybe I'll go first. I want to support what Rosario shared in saying that our world leaders need to be strong on the fact that we need to keep global temperature rising below 1.5. That's been a rallying call from the Pacific for a long time, because we know that through science projections that above 1.5 temperature warming, our islands will cease to exist. And so we need to have our leaders be strong on that language, and to be able to keep our temperatures below 1.5, we need to be doing things like stopping oil coal exploration. We know that it's not working for the planet, so why do we keep exploring and investing in it? One of the coal mines that they're trying to build in Australia on indigenous Aboriginal land, Adani, needs to stop. We can't explore these industries that are destroying us. And as well as we need to be looking into why we're allowing them into the COP spaces. Why are there workshops on clean coal at COP? And so, those big polluting companies, they also need to be held accountable, and we need to be a bit harder on them, because we seem to be, especially the leaders from the global north, seem to be giving them a lot of free hall passes. And so I would encourage all our world leaders to look into that and to really push on the urgency and on the speed we need to be working at.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brianna. Gotta just end the practice of vicious destruction. Absolutely. So we have another question. We have two more questions in the chat. We have one that says, how can non-Indigenous white allies, the older of us, get involved in helping youth organizations?
Well, I can share, personally, I have a lot to say on the subject of what our global climate negotiations can do differently. But yeah, to echo Brianna, step up or step back. We need to see a real shift of power and decision making. And I think that answers this question as well. Too often our youth, particularly youth of color, are tokenized and are elevated as these flagship leaders, but are not but do not have real power and decision-making ability diverted to them, when in fact we are leading climate experts, we are leaders of industry and leaders of innovation, we are Indigenous representatives of our community who know our lands better than anyone else. And so shifting real decision-making power would bring a new paradigm that would not entertain the naive notion that we can somehow solve climate chaos with polluters actively participating and furthering their interests at climate negotiations. And so similarly with the question posed, I mean, supporting youth means waiting for the initiatives of youth to rise and to follow their direction. And so when there are allyship opportunities like rallies or sign-on letters that are elevated by youth, those are the ways to support. Following the directions and the calls to action by youth, those are the ways to support. But also diverting funding resources to youth organizations. That's a great way to support. Nominating those youth organizations for leadership opportunities and elevating them as leaders in the media. That's a great way to support. But fundamentally what it looks like is shifting power and it is separating from the colonial mindset that has taught us that only those with age in this lifetime have expertise. I think instead elevating youth as not only change makers of the future, but change makers now is such a crucial step because we're here and we're ready. But I think also we're quite impatient at this point, and we do not have the time or the patience. And I also don't think we have the naivety as young people to think that engaging polluters, that failing to hold global north countries to task on the ways that they're continuing to prioritize coal and oil and gas and create false solutions and market-based solutions that authorize the continuation of these extractive resources. I mean, we're not naive enough to think that that will ever lead to climate solutions. And so I think it's time to get serious.
Thank you. Yes, I remember in 2019, we were organizing with a delegation of climate justice leaders from all over the world, just demanding to kick polluters out. Clean coal, are you kidding me? Let's get real, right? If we want to be able to leverage these international mechanisms, we got to get the right people at the table and quite literally kick polluters out. So with that, I want to guide us towards our last question that comes to us from Muñeca. We're sending you so much love. One of our dear Indigenous sisters from Micronesia is asking, what are the most effective strategies that the panelists have implemented in raising youth engagement in this climate justice movement? So what has been a successful way that has kept you engaged in the movement, or that has worked to, getting our, we're young, but there's younger people, right? Like, what are those strategies you're implementing with keeping young people at the forefront?
I could kick off. Yeah, I just speak from my experience specifically to studying climate work in Samoa and then moving to New Zealand and working with Pacific young people. But I think something really important, especially when engaging with youth of color, is acknowledging the intersections in which they have to be adapting to do this work. And so some of our youth that were trying to make it out to the strikes, like, they just didn't have money on their train ticket. And, it was a decision for them, like, would I get lunch tomorrow or pay for like a train ticket to make it to the strike? And so I think a big part of our work that was really proven to work with young Pacifica youth that I've been able to work with is sometimes our discussions aren't about climate change. Sometimes it's about gender inequality. Sometimes it's about Indigenous injustice in Aotearoa, and having those conversations with them and acknowledging that those conversations are climate justice conversations. They just look different, but at the core of it, it is all systems of a broken machine. And so I think that is a way that we've been able to work is not just calling ourselves like a climate group that only talks about the environment and climate science all the time, that sometimes we talk about mental health. It's Mental Health Week in New Zealand currently, and all our conversations in our environmental group is about mental health this week, because that is important, and acknowledging those intersections, I think, make youth feel a little bit more at home and less like, oh, I'm not a climate scientist, why should I be doing this work? And that's what's worked for us.
Thank you, Brianna. Ruth and Rosario, we have 3 minutes on the clock. I'm wondering if you want to chime in.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ruth. Well, I think something that we have been doing is helping or being the facilitators in order to build the capacities of other young people from our peers, so they have information, the right tools, and they have also the connections so they can take action in their communities. But something here that is important is using our privilege to give them a space, because right now we here are privileged because we have internet connection, we have, you know, a house or a space, and we can speak English even. But that is not necessarily the situation of the other young people. So we need to use our privilege, and that's actually something that for us has worked to mobilize people. And one of the things, and just to add to the previous question, I would say something that we really need from adult people is to don't leave young people alone. Brianna was mentioning mental health. You don't know how stressful, how difficult it is to just advocate and feel that you're left alone and that there is no one having your back, and you're on the streets day by day. They are taking your eyes here, they're shooting in your eyes in our region just because you're demanding a better life for your community. And on top of that, sometimes the feeling of being left alone is very hard. So I think that is one of the main things, and we need to be on the table. No more youth alone, no more yes, youth romanticized, oh yes, youth are moving and going to this space. No, we need to be on the spaces with the adults. That is real intergenerational approach, and we need you older people, you adults, to open those spaces so young people can enter there and negotiate. They can also have a say, but in the place where the decisions are taking place, not in a separate room. So I think those will be my last comments on the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosario. And we have 30 seconds left, Ruth.
So let me tell you a really quick story.
It's okay. You guys, you get more than 30 seconds in your closing comment. This is too valuable. Go ahead.
Okay.
Finish as you need.
Thank you, Osprey. A really, really tender memory came back to me. One of my roles as a youth is mentoring other younger youth. Of course, I'm sure many of us are familiar with that. And I was helping teach an intensive young climate leaders summit with some high school students. Now, this summit was run by a predominantly white environmental group in Alaska that has a sometimes hurtful history, but has done so much decolonization work. I'm very proud to partner with them now. And they actually, this was the first year that they had all Indigenous trainers, and over half of their high schooler youths were Indigenous as well. And we were talking about how to tell a story of self and how to write a story of when you became, a climate justice advocate, or when you started caring about the environment and things like that. And so students went person by person. They had a few days to talk it over and to workshop it. Until one student who came up was very, very quiet. His name was Cody, and he's very dear to me. He's from a very rural village. He got up and hardly said a word. At first I thought he was nervous, and I started watching him, and he kind of knelt down on the ground, looked like he was doing something with his hands, and then he walked forward a bit, until it occurred to me, maybe faster than other folks in the room, that he was he was acting out a story. And later, you know, after he finished his story, he described that that was his first hunt, and it was his first seal hunt that he was describing. So he was bending down and looking at the seal hole. He was crawling over to the seal hole and peering in and getting his harpoon ready. And to me, that was such a beautiful, beautiful reminder that so much of the richness of our cultures, that is climate advocacy. And those stories that we might not immediately recognize as, you know, the really cut and dry, perfect English, like 30-second delivery of why we care about the environment. That's not the only way to express our deep interconnectedness and our deep commitment to the preservation of thriving lands and waters. And so having Cody, this youth, remind me as well that our traditional stories, our deep love of our cultural life ways, that is climate justice. And so to me, so much of my work with youth and with narrative building has been simply validating our own expertise as rural Indigenous peoples, our own expertise as leading climate scientists, and validating our Indigenous sciences as on par, if not superior, to Western approaches to climate science. And doing that decolonization work within our own minds and hearts to contribute to the healing that must be a part of finding climate solutions. You know, as we heal our lands and waters, as we heal our relationship to lands and waters and regeneration and reciprocity, we also are healing the traumas that we, particularly as Indigenous women and Indigenous young people, have internalized. And so I really center that reminder in a lot of the work here. As Brianna shared with us, we're warriors and we're healers all at the same time. So Chicken-ick, everyone, thank you for letting me spend a couple extra minutes with you.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Brianna. Thank you, Rosario. Mitzi, if you ever see this on the internet, we're sending you love once you get your electricity set back up. And yeah, just thank you, Osprey. Thank you, everybody who has put this together. I think it is so important for us to really be, you know, looking towards our honorable elders and seeing what's the wisdom, what are the footsteps that they're leaving for us to follow, but also, you know, one hand to the front and one hand to the back. Who are we bringing with us? Who are the young people that we're mentoring, that we're paying their lunch and bus tickets for, right? Those of us that got jobs, that are, you know, not living with our parents anymore. And that, you know, will continue to help us, you know, live into this quote that I'm forgetting that you said, Ruth, about how, like, to be Indigenous means we are the present iteration of our ancestors, and we are, you know, a continuum. So thank you, everybody, and I'll pass it over to Osprey to guide us through our next part of this webinar.
Thank you so much. I am so deeply moved by all of you. I appreciate your time. I respect your time, respect all the work that all of you young women are leading us in. And by all means, you are always welcome at my table, at our table, as equal participants and leaders. And thank you for your tremendous courage and effort. And I look forward to connecting with all of you, to be sure, going forward. And have a wonderful day. And we wish you the best and solidarity. We stand with you in your work and your communities. Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to be closing our work today, our incredible assembly activities with Kathy JETNIL-KIJINER, who is going to come up in a moment. We're working a little bit on her sound, and so I'm asking if Catherine could please share something we wanted to share during this time anyhow, which is a delegation of Indigenous youth with one of their elders who are part of our WECAN Tongass Hub on a delegation that they went to, a historic delegation to Washington, D.C. to protect the Tongass rainforest in Alaska. It's one of the most important forests for mitigating the climate crisis in Turtle Island in the United States. We've been working with them for the last 6 years to protect the Tongass rainforest. And we wanted you to see what some of this action looks like and the power of the youth voices advocating for themselves along with one of their elders as we were talking about intergenerational work in this climate space. So Catherine, if you could please go ahead and share that video, and we will work to bring Kathy online with us now. Thank you.
We fought real hard for what became the roadless rule for Alaska in 2001. Now they want to roll it back and weaken it. They again haven't talked to us. We have come here to speak with those on Capitol Hill to ask that we be looked at as human beings, not as relics that have been put into the museum. We need to be heard. It's important that we work towards making this roadless rule a law, so that it cannot be tampered with at the whim of one election to the next.
We are not here just for us. We are here for Alaska and Southeast Alaska, and it is about 90% say that they are for the roadless rule. It is working. We are seeing stuff coming back. It's like a dominoes effect. You take these trees away, everything else is gonna fall. Not just the animals, not just the plants, but the people. The roadless rule is making a difference, but we need to keep it there, otherwise it's gonna be gone.
We want our Tongass forest to be protected. It's one of the largest national forests in the world, and it provides 8% of carbon for the rest of the people in the world. It's not just us that we're worried about, it's climate change. And now they want to take a bunch of steps backwards. We want you to stand with us and help represent us, because we as a culture are not being represented by our senators in Alaska. They have a different vision, and it doesn't consider 90% of people that live up there. The survival of our culture right now is dependent on this roadless rule.
We're a part of that ecosystem, and it's finally coming back to what it once was, and it's really important that it stays because it's a way of life. If this happens, it brings devastation, and it's like another genocide. It just brings nothing but harm for the ecosystem and the people and the fish. We rely on all of it, and the Forest Service is going to try and log the old growth, which is what we're fighting against. We need the roadless rule coded in the law.
It's one of the most important forests in the world, but also here in the United States in terms of carbon sequestration. It makes no sense with the IPCC report that's come out giving us 10 to 12 years to be destroying this forest that is most important for Indigenous people and all the cultural survival that they are dependent upon. That's the most important thing, but also to think about it in terms of, our nation and the entire climate change issue globally, that it's a really important forest.
We are connected to the land in a way that people do not understand because they're not in it all the time. And this is our medicine, it recharges us. People that live in the city, they have lost that connection. They're in this concrete jungle. Why do we seek out going camping? Why do we seek out going hiking? Because it recharges you, it makes you feel better. And that's because we are connected to this land and that we need to stand up for it. What are we gonna leave our children? Rocks. That's what it's gonna be. We can't eat rocks.
Our voices have to be as important as any industries, if not more important, because the industries come in. We live there, and we have to live with the impacts. And we haven't even recovered from the clear cuts of the late last century. And the 2001 roadless rule has to be allowed to work. And it is working well for us now.
Look at these trees, not just as trees, not just as pulp or paper or a pencil or money. Think of us, the people that are there, all the animals that are there. There was a vote last year to exempt the state of Alaska from the roadless rule, putting the Tongass at risk, but luckily they failed. There will likely be other votes this year, and we want you guys to stand strong and help our voices be heard and be amplified. And I feel like you guys can help us do that and help stand behind us and with us and stand up for the Tongass National Forest.
So there's a long story behind that video, but I want to move to our final presentation of the day. And just to say, we'll put some links in the chat about the ongoing work to protect the Tongass rainforest. We won a big victory earlier this year, protecting 14 million acres of old growth forest and reinstating the roadless rule. But now we need to, as you heard in the film, codify it into law through something called the Roadless Area Conservation Act, which we are actively advocating for right now. But you can see just the incredible power of the Indigenous youth leaders with one of their elders having real impact and having this victory along with, of course, many other allied organizations to protect this vital forest. So thank you for watching that. And now I have the great honor of bringing into our conversation Kathy JETNIL-KIJINER. She will be offering the closing keynote today and a performance at the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Frontlines and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights and Nature. As many of you know, Kathy is an incredible poet and performance artist and has contributed enormously to the climate justice movement for years. She is the climate envoy for the Marshall Islands and has co-founded a youth environmentalist nonprofit dedicated to empowering Marshallese youth to seek solutions to climate change and other environmental impacts threatening their home island. We thank you so much for being here with us today, Kathy, and lending your words, your artistry, and leadership. The floor is yours, Kathy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Osprey. So good to hear from you. I hope that everybody can hear me okay. Great. Yeah, I am really grateful to be a part of this event. It's been an honor to be featured at so many WECAN events. For me, it was a lot. I think there's been like 2 or 3 at least that I've been able to speak and perform some poetry at. And I will share that my journey as a climate activist and as somebody who's been working in the climate field has really shifted lately, actually. I started out as a climate activist and as a youth in the movement and using poetry as a way to raise awareness on climate change and performing full time for over 3 years and attending events and trying to shape my understanding of climate change through the writing that I do. And as I've gone through and understood climate change on a deeper level and sort of shifted the work that I was doing, the poetry reflected that. And so I'm again at another space and a crossroads in time where I am writing poetry that the poetry that I share is reflecting the work that I'm doing right now. And so, as Osprey had mentioned, I'm climate envoy for the Marshall Islands right now and director of our nonprofit. And in that case, and because of that, my work has shifted to mostly focus on national-led to focus on our international initiatives and our national-led initiatives, as well as just the day-to-day kind of ongoings of running a nonprofit. So through that, we are working on our national adaptation plan, and we're also working on engaging our youth in a really meaningful way, so that it becomes more of an intergenerational conversation where we're learning from our youth as well as uplifting their voices and finding ways to give them the tools to be a part of the movement, of this movement that is coming on, and that, and so that they can be prepared to take on what they inherit, this problem that's going to be an ongoing long game ultimately. The National Adaptation Plan is a real reflection of how dire the impacts are of climate change on the Marshall Islands and other low-lying atoll nations currently. Before this, we were focused on mitigation, on trying to get countries around the world to lower their carbon emissions so that, the Marshall Islands can stay above sea level. However, because of how serious the impacts have become, we've shifted our thinking to mostly focus on adaptation. So this really reflects the fact that we are no longer focusing on, we're not as focused on the outside, we're focused really internally on trying to prepare ourselves for what's to come. I spent a year creating artwork, creating performances, really excavating the feelings that arise from knowing that we have no choice but to shift the land and to change the landscape of our islands to be able to stay in our islands. That already feels inefficient, and that already feels incredibly unfair that we're forced to be asking these kinds of questions now. We're asking questions about how are we going to build islands? We're asking questions about how extreme are we going to be needing to plan for? The Marshall Islands, including the rest of so many Pacific nations, have signed a treaty, have signed a declaration that would solidify our maritime borders, knowing that should sea level rise come, our maritime borders may be affected. We're planning ahead for a future that is going to be a lot more dire than it is right now. So there is that. And then there's the cultural aspect. And I know that, there was an Indigenous panel that just spoke before, and I'm sorry to have missed it. It's 8 a.m, so I just dropped off my daughter. But the Indigenous implications of how our culture will be impacted by climate change is another thing we're having to consider. If we consolidate and move our communities to another location, what does that do for our land tenure system? We have a complicated and thriving and very important land tenure system that ties our identity to land. Land is scarce because of the fact that we're an atoll nation. So land means power at the end of the day. And so these are questions we're asking, and these are questions that we're about to embark on into our communities. Like literally, we're discussing it right now. We're in our meetings, developing frameworks and figuring out how we're going to go into our different island communities, because something to keep in mind is the Marshall Islands is comprised of 24 islands. Each island is completely different. Each island is has its own unique needs and has its own unique culture and its own history. And so we have to go into all of these communities and ask them these questions. We have to tell them what's coming. We have to tell them the fact that it's going to be serious, and that we have to plan for the worst. And so these are things that we're taking into consideration for our national adaptation plan. It's also informed by, a legacy of colonialism. It's informed by a legacy of nuclear testing. We've lost lands already because of the legacy of U.S. nuclear weapons testing. So how do we, move forward with this? So the next poem that I wrote is actually a poem I wrote this past December, and it was for a midnight campaign for the Climate Vulnerable Forum. And it's really reflecting this new shift in my career, where I'm seeing what climate change looks like, what climate change work looks like at a national government level, and how incredibly difficult it is, and how, a lot what we call Indigenous-led solutions can sometimes look like these national-led initiatives for Pacific Island nations in particular, who still do hold that seat at the UN, and who have that kind of privilege that we're able to speak on these kinds of issues in certain spaces, and that we're able to kind of direct our future in this way. So yeah, this poem is a reflection of that. It's also an intergenerational piece. It's a reflection on the work that has been laid out before me. Tony DeBroom was a climate ambassador and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs who helped grandfather the Paris Treaty back in 2014 and got 1.5 degrees Celsius into the treaty. And it's really kind of coming at an interesting time when, the recent IPCC report finds that, we're definitely passing the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, which is a huge thing for us in the Marshalls. We have a very close relationship to the importance of 1.5. I was a part of a youth movement of social media there was a social media engagement that I've never seen before at Paris COP21, where Marshallese youth were coming to social media and sharing about their about how they want 1.5 in the Paris Treaty, understanding what that meant, and then demanding that it be a part of it. And I'd never seen anything like that, and I still haven't seen anything like that since, that kind of engagement. And you know, and we were seeing 1.5 like getting graffitied out on stores. There were, you know, there was 1.5 all over social media. There was songs about 1.5. There was artwork about 1.5. And so to see that we're definitely passing it is yet another grief, you know, another thing that we're grieving. And I think a lot of poetry, what poetry allows me to do is to sit with the emotions of climate change and to sit with the losses that are continuously kind of adding on and trying to find those spaces of hope to continue the work. And the spaces of hope that I find comes from our elders who did the work before us and who continue to do the work now. So this was written in honor of Tony DeBroom, who did that work, and also of the Pacific Islanders and so many indigenous people who are continuing to do the work of climate change. So this is the piece. Thank you. Hold on just a second. It's a short piece called Midnight. For Tony, we'll say, for Tony. Corals are resilient, I've been told, and so are we. We've survived worse. Just ask your elders. They'll lift their shirts, show you bunker scars, typhoon tent towns, atomic nightmares of lost, irradiated islands. So this is just another incoming tide to shore up against. Hence seawalls, hence foreign aid, hence consultants, terms of references, a framework for asking each other, which island will we move to? Which island will be hit first? Which island is worth salvaging? The wreck, a slow moving accident, the ultimate disaster, atolic oblivion. As if we haven't experienced this before, as if we haven't been told that evacuation is safer. You'll come home someday. 2030, 2040, long-term versus short-term. We debate this around the table. We do the work, submit reports, but we are short on time. Before the clock strikes midnight, before the pumpkin rots, before our glass island shatters. Are we so easily broken? Maybe we need flags to tell us how afraid we should be. We have flags for COVID threat levels, yellow for safe, yellow for prepare, yellow for complacency, yellow worth celebrating, COVID-free. The US is celebrating, part of it anyway. They are dancing in the streets and kissing babies because celebrations are worthy, because the US will be back in the Paris Treaty, because it feels in some ways like some breaths taken, like bubbles bursting through reefs. We reassemble ourselves. We gather the calcium carbonate to grow our coral skeletons into sunlight. Look, up ahead, a lush marine garden awaits. For Tony, we'll say, for Tony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy, both for your incredible words that are so deeply important and sobering, as well as your artistry that can speak to us at our heart and spirit and many other levels. It's just really powerful to hear, and also just wanted to acknowledge the severity of what you are talking about. And I think we can never forget all of the communities on the front line, and just the fact that you are shifting your work, as you said, from mitigation to adaptation, because that's the reality that you are facing, and I know other communities are facing. And I can feel the grief, and I can feel my heart breaking open as you speak, and the kinds of conversations we're all having now. I'm here in California. I know you weren't on earlier, Kathy, but I'm in California, and we've been in all these forest fires, and they're just burning all around, and many months where we're outside wearing masks, not just because of COVID, but because we can't breathe. And the conversation of where do we live? How do we live? How do we navigate this? So I deeply appreciate that you have brought that into the conversation today, because we cannot have our heads in the sand, and we have to prepare. And I know that you're doing that at a very strategic level, and with the care and concern for your community. So thank you for that, and your beautiful poetry and your commitment and your leadership. And just to say, on another note, I am wearing this gift that you gave me from your islands, and I'm wearing it because I never forget you, and I don't forget your struggle, and that we are in solidarity together. And I wore this today to greet you and to honor you and to say that we are in solidarity, and there was no one to be left behind. No one is to be left behind. So thank you so much, and I send my love to you and your family. Anyways, we will be in touch soon, and thank you for taking your precious time, and have a beautiful day there in the Marshall Islands, and all power to you. Thank you. So with that, I want to thank everyone for joining us today, the 4th of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. Please be welcome to participate with us over the next days. We also have set up a Facebook page as a conversation platform where you can network with each other and share your work and find collaboration partners. And we're putting that link into the chat right now. And people are meeting up and creating points of connection, whether it's regionally, where they want to meet with others to work on projects together, or organizing around themes of work, whether it be around water or forests or other areas of food sovereignty and food security. So we really wanted the assembly to be a space where people can connect together and to amplify work together and be able to collaborate as most at the best level that we can. So please go ahead and look into that Facebook conversation if you want to engage with others. You can also sign the call to action that has come forth from the Assembly. We have delivered this call to action to governments all over the world and banks and asset managers from all over the world this week during the UN General Assembly, a powerful call to action, which you've been hearing about throughout the last days of the Assembly. We will also be bringing this call to action to COP26 in Glasgow. So if you sign it now, either individually or with your organization, it's a way we can bring our voice and demands to COP26 in November. And with that, I want to thank you all for being with us today, for the beauty of who all of you are and the work that you are doing in your communities and in your organizations and with your families, and doing everything we can at this critical time. And we're going to go ahead and close the session with some music. You can stay in the space with Zoom, and there'll be a little bit more chatting as we close out, and some music and artistry to carry us into our closing time. Thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.